Pack your bags, Maria, the old man's gone, and we don't need a babysitter anymore. Jonathan Davidson Jr. stood in the doorway of my small room on the third floor of the Davidson estate. His expensive suit wrinkled from what I assumed was a long night of grieving at the country club bar. His wife Priscilla hovered behind him, already eyeing my few belongings like she was calculating how quickly she could redecorate the space. I had been expecting this moment since the phone call came 3 days ago. Mr. Davidson, the man I had cared for, listened to, and genuinely loved like the grandfather I'd never had, was gone, and with him, my place in this world of marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and people who measured worth by the number of zeros in their bank accounts. Of course, I said quietly, folding my uniform shirts into the same battered suitcase I'd arrived with 5 years ago. I'll be out by this afternoon. Good, Priscilla chimed in, her voice sharp with satisfaction. We'll be converting this room into a proper guest suite, something more appropriate for people of our standing. I had been just the nanny for 5 years, but the truth was, I'd been so much more than that. When Mrs. Davidson had passed away 7 years ago, and their son had hired me to care for 8-year-old Sophie, I'd walked into a house filled with sadness and silence. Mr. Davidson Sr., Alexander, had been drowning in grief, his business empire running on autopilot while he sat in his study, staring at photos of his late wife. Sophie had been acting out, desperate for attention from a father who could barely look at her without seeing the wife he'd lost. The expensive therapists couldn't reach her. The previous 3 nannies had quit within months, citing her behavioral problems. But I saw something different in Sophie's tantrums and defiance. I saw a little girl who was terrified that everyone she loved would disappear, just like her mother had. So I stayed, through the midnight screaming, the deliberate destruction of toys, the attempts to run away. I stayed, and slowly, Sophie began to trust that I wouldn't abandon her. As Sophie healed, so did Alexander. He started joining us for dinner, then bedtime stories, then weekend trips to the zoo, the museum, the beach. What began as a professional arrangement evolved into something that felt remarkably like a family, the kind I'd never had growing up in foster care. But to Jonathan Jr. and Priscilla, I remained invisible, just the nanny who happened to be present during family gatherings, who they spoke around rather than to, who they treated like a piece of furniture that occasionally needed to be moved out of the way. Where will you go? Sophie's voice came from behind her father. At 13, she'd grown into a beautiful young woman with her grandfather's kind eyes and her grandmother's gentle spirit, but right now, those eyes were filled with tears. Don't worry about me, sweetheart, I said, forcing a smile. I'll find something. I always do. But Grandpa said, Sophie started, but her father cut her off. Sophie, go to your room, the adults are talking. I watched her reluctantly retreat down the hallway, her shoulders slumped with the weight of another loss. In 5 years, she'd lost her mother, watched her grandfather decline from a heart attack, and now she was losing the only constant caregiver she'd known. The funeral is tomorrow at 2 p.m., Jonathan said, loosening his tie. Family only, of course, I'm sure you understand. Family only. After 5 years of caring for his father's health, managing his medications, driving him to doctor's appointments, and being the one person Alexander confided in during his final months, I wasn't family, I was staff. Of course, I repeated, my voice steady despite the hollow ache in my chest. As I continued packing, memories flooded back. Alexander teaching me chess in his study while Sophie did homework at the coffee table. The 3 of us baking catastrophically awful cookies for Sophie's school bake sale because Alexander insisted we build character through failure. The quiet conversations we'd had during his recovery from his second heart attack, when he'd told me stories about building his business empire from nothing, about the wife he'd loved for 35 years, about his fears for Sophie's future. You're the only one who sees her, he'd said one evening, watching Sophie practice piano through the doorway. Jonathan sees a trust fund, Priscilla sees a social obligation, but you see Sophie. I had treasured those words because they felt like recognition, not just of my job performance, but of my value as a person. In a house where I was often treated like I was invisible, Alexander had made me feel seen. 3 hours later, I was loading my suitcase into my 10-year-old Honda when my phone rang. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. Miss Torres? This is Harold Whitman from Whitman, Brooks Associates. I was Mr. Davidson's estate attorney. My stomach dropped. Had they discovered some irregularity in my employment? Some reason to deny me my final paycheck? Yes, sir. I need you to be present for the reading of Mr. Davidson's will tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's quite important that you attend. I glanced back at the mansion, where I could see Jonathan and Priscilla through the floor-to-ceiling windows, already rearranging furniture in the main living room. Mr. Whitman, I'm not family, I was just the Miss Torres. His voice was firm but kind. Mr. Davidson was very specific about your attendance being required. Please don't be late. The law offices of Whitman Brooks Associates occupied the top 3 floors of downtown Seattle's most prestigious building. I'd never been inside, but Alexander had mentioned Harold Whitman many times over the years. They'd been friends since college, and Harold had handled all of Alexander's legal affairs for over 30 years. I arrived 20 minutes early, wearing the only dress I owned that seemed appropriate for such a formal setting, a simple black dress I'd bought for Mrs. Davidson's funeral years ago. The receptionist directed me to a conference room with windows overlooking Elliott Bay, where Jonathan, Priscilla, and Sophie were already seated around a massive mahogany table. What is she doing here? Priscilla hissed as I entered. I was asked to attend, I said quietly, taking a seat near the back of the room. Sophie turned and gave me a small wave, which earned her a sharp look from her father. Harold Whitman entered precisely at 10 a.m., carrying a thick folder and wearing the expression of a man who had been practicing law long enough to anticipate drama. He was in his 70s, with silver hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Thank you all for coming, he began, settling into his chair. Alexander was very specific about how he wanted this handled, so we'll proceed exactly as he instructed. He opened the folder and withdrew several documents. Alexander Davidson's will is quite straightforward in most respects. However, there are some elements that may come as a surprise. Jonathan leaned forward, his confidence evident. As the only child, he'd clearly expected this to be a formality. First, Harold continued, to my son Jonathan Davidson Jr., I leave the Davidson family home and its contents, excluding items specifically mentioned elsewhere in this document. Priscilla squeezed Jonathan's hand, her diamond wedding ring catching the morning light streaming through the windows. To my daughter-in-law Priscilla Davidson, I leave my late wife's jewelry collection, excluding her engagement ring and wedding bands. And to my beloved granddaughter Sophie Davidson, I leave a trust fund in the amount of $5 million, to be managed by the trustee of my choosing until she reaches the age of 25. Sophie's eyes widened. Even at 13, she understood that $5 million was life-changing money. Harold paused, looking directly at me. The trustee for Sophie's fund will be Maria Torres, who will also receive an annual fee of $50,000 for managing this responsibility. The room fell silent. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. $50,000 annually just for managing Sophie's trust? That was more than I'd made in any single year of my life. But Harold wasn't finished. Now, regarding the bulk of the estate, he lifted a separate document. Alexander Davidson's business holdings, investment portfolios, real estate properties, and liquid assets, totaling approximately $47 million, are bequeathed entirely to Maria Elena Torres. The words hung in the air like smoke from an explosion. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. $47 million. To me. Jonathan shot to his feet so quickly his chair toppled backward. That's impossible. She's just the nanny. This has to be a mistake. There's no mistake, Harold said calmly. I reviewed this will with Alexander multiple times over the past 2 years. He was very clear about his intentions. Priscilla's face had gone white. He can't do this. She manipulated him, influenced him. This is elder abuse. Mrs. Davidson, Harold's voice took on a sharper edge. I've known Alexander for over 30 years. He was of completely sound mind when he executed this will. In fact, he anticipated there might be challenges to his decisions. He withdrew another document. Alexander asked me to read this letter in the event of any disputes. Harold cleared his throat and began reading. To my son Jonathan, if you are hearing this letter, it means you are contesting my final wishes. I am disappointed, but not surprised. You have spent your adult life waiting for me to die so you could inherit what I built. You visited me twice in the past year, both times to ask for money. You enrolled Sophie in boarding school without consulting me because her presence in the house was inconvenient for your social calendar. You are my son, and I love you, but you are not the man I hoped you would become. Jonathan's face was scarlet with rage and humiliation. Harold continued, Maria Torres has been more of a daughter to me than many biological children are to their parents. She cared for me through my illnesses. She held my hand during my darkest moments after your mother's death. She loved Sophie unconditionally when the rest of our family saw her as an obligation. She asked for nothing beyond her modest salary, never once hinting that she expected or wanted anything more. My eyes filled with tears as Harold read Alexander's words that honored not just my work, but my heart. The money I am leaving to Maria is not charity, it is payment for 5 years of devotion, loyalty, and love that cannot be measured in dollars. She earned every penny by being the family you chose not to be. The room was silent except for the sound of my quiet crying. Harold set down the letter. There's more. Alexander also left specific instructions that if anyone contests this will, their inheritance will be donated to charity, the house, the jewelry, Sophie's trust fund, all of it. Jonathan opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. Priscilla gripped his arm, her knuckles white. Finally, Harold said, Alexander left individual letters for each of you. He handed me an envelope with my name written in Alexander's careful handwriting. Inside was a letter that began, My dear Maria, by now you know that I have tried to repay a debt that can never truly be repaid. You gave me back my family when I thought I had lost everything. You gave Sophie the mother she needed when her own was taken from her. You gave me purpose in my final years. I couldn't read through my tears, but I folded the letter carefully and held it against my chest. Sophie had received her own letter and was reading it with wonder. Whatever Alexander had written to her was making her smile through her tears. Jonathan and Priscilla read their letters in stony silence. I could only imagine what Alexander had written to them, probably a final attempt to explain his decisions. Maybe a hope that they would understand why he had chosen to recognize loyalty over biology. Harold stood up. The estate transfer will take approximately 30 days to complete. Maria, I'll need to schedule several meetings with you to discuss the management of your inheritance. As we filed out of the conference room, Sophie broke away from her parents and ran to me. She threw her arms around my waist and whispered, Grandpa knew. He knew you were really family. Jonathan grabbed Sophie's arm. We're leaving, now. But as they reached the door, Sophie turned back. Maria, will I still see you, even though I don't need a nanny anymore? I looked at her father, then back at her. Sweetheart, I'm your trustee now. I'll be in your life until you're 25, whether your father likes it or not. For the first time since I'd met her, Priscilla looked genuinely frightened. 6 months later, I was sitting in the study of my new home, a modest house in Sophie's school district that I'd bought with a tiny fraction of my inheritance. The rest was being invested and managed by the same financial advisors who had helped Alexander build his wealth. Sophie visited twice a week 4 trust fund meetings, which mostly involved homework help and conversations about her future. Jonathan and Priscilla had initially tried to fight the arrangement, but Harold Whitman had made it clear that any interference with the trustee relationship would trigger the charity clause in Alexander's will. I'd also started a foundation in Alexander's memory, focused on supporting children in foster care, kids like I had been, who needed someone to see their potential and invest in their futures. The Davidson family home sat empty. Jonathan and Priscilla had moved to a smaller place after discovering that the mansion came with enormous property taxes and maintenance costs they couldn't afford without Alexander's income. They'd tried to sell it, but the real estate market was slow, and they were asking too much. Meanwhile, I lived quietly, still adjusting to the reality that I would never have to worry about money again. The girl who had aged out of foster care at 18 with nothing but a high school diploma and determination was now worth more than she had ever dreamed possible. But the real treasure wasn't the money, it was the letter from Alexander that I kept framed on my desk, and the knowledge that for 5 years, I had been exactly where I was supposed to be, loving and being loved by a family that had chosen me just as much as I had chosen them. Sometimes the people who treat you like you're invisible are the ones who can't see what's right in front of them. Sometimes the family that matters isn't the one you're born into, but the one you build through love, loyalty, and showing up when it counts. And sometimes, just the nanny becomes so much more than anyone imagined, including herself. If you've ever been underestimated, overlooked, or treated like you don't matter, remember that your worth isn't determined by how others see you. The right people will recognize your value, and when they do, it can change everything. Share this story if you believe that love and loyalty are the most valuable currencies in the world, and subscribe for more stories about family, recognition, and the power of being seen for who you really are.
The annual Sanders family reunion always feels like walking into a lion's den wearing a dress made of raw meat. This year, though, I came prepared. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself as I stood in front of the mahogany doors of my brother's oversized mansion, clutching an invitation that would soon change everything. I'm Annalise, and until 6 months ago, I owned a small art gallery in downtown Seattle. Now I'm that family member everyone whispers about. You know, the cautionary tale parents use to warn their kids about following their dreams. Before we continue, quick question. Where has this story found you today? Let us know your location in the comments below. Now, let's continue. Well, look who finally showed up! My cousin Callie's voice cut through the evening air like nails on a chalkboard. She stood in the doorway, martini in hand, wearing that fake smile I'd grown to hate. We were just talking about your situation. Of course they were. I forced a smile and stepped inside, immediately assaulted by the sounds of forced laughter and judgmental whispers. The foyer was packed with relatives, all dressed like they were attending a country club gathering rather than a family reunion. Annalise! My brother Damien's booming voice carried across the room. Come here, sis. Tell everyone about your new job at the coffee shop. I wasn't working at a coffee shop. I was teaching art classes part-time while working on my new collection, but they didn't need to know that. Not yet. Actually, I started, but my mother June appeared, cutting me off with a too-tight hug that smelled of expensive perfume and disappointment. Darling, you look tired, she said, holding me at arm's length. Have you considered taking that position at Uncle Robert's firm? He's still willing to. Mom, I'm fine. I extracted myself from her grip, reaching for a glass of wine from a passing server. Fine? Callie snorted. Is that what we're calling it now? Your gallery closed, Mark left you, and you're living in that tiny apartment painting pictures nobody wants to buy. The room grew quiet, and I could feel every eye on me. My hand tightened around the wine glass as Damien chimed in. Come on, Anna. It's time to grow up. Not everyone gets to be a famous artist. He gestured around his massive living room. This is what success looks like. Real success. I took a long sip of wine, letting the familiar burn of humiliation wash over me. But this time, something was different. The weight of the invitation in my purse felt like a secret weapon. Speaking of success, I said carefully, I got an interesting call last week. Oh God, Callie rolled her eyes. Please don't tell us you're opening another gallery. Actually, I pulled out the elegant envelope. I've been invited to showcase my work in Tokyo at the Shimizu Contemporary. The silence that followed was delicious. Damien's smug smile faltered slightly. The what? My mother asked, clearly trying to maintain her composure. Only one of the most prestigious contemporary art galleries in Asia, I said, watching their faces. They want to feature my new collection, solo exhibition. That's unexpected, Damien managed, his voice tight. Callie grabbed the invitation from my hands, her eyes scanning the gold-embossed text. This has to be some kind of mistake. No mistake. I took another sip of wine, savoring the moment. The opening's in 3 months. You're all invited, of course. My mother's face did that thing where she's trying to decide whether to be proud or worried about potential embarrassment. Darling, are you sure about this? After what happened with the gallery? Oh, I'm sure. I smiled, thinking about the collection taking shape in my studio. Every canvas was a story, every brushstroke a response to years of their condescension. I wouldn't miss this opportunity for the world, and I really hope you'll all be there. We wouldn't miss it, Damien said, his tone suggesting he was already planning how to use my inevitable failure as future reunion fodder. Right, everyone? The murmurs of agreement around the room were hesitant, tinged with mockery. They thought they knew what was coming. Another chance to shake their heads at poor, deluded Annalise. My phone buzzed with a text from Antonio, the curator. Just confirmed. 3 major critics attending opening night. Everything on track. I smiled at my phone, then at my family, who were already turning away, dismissing my news as another pipe dream. They had no idea what was coming. Each of them would be immortalized in my new collection, their judgments and betrayals transformed into something beautiful and damning. Well, I raised my glass. Here's to family. As they clinked glasses, already moving on to gossip about Cousin Sarah's latest divorce, I felt a strange peace settle over me. In 3 months, these same people would stand in front of my canvases and see themselves reflected back in ways they never expected. Their smugness would be their undoing, and my art would be my revenge. I just had to wait for the perfect moment to strike. The first time I met Antonio, I was sitting in a dingy coffee shop, sketching angry lines across a worn notebook. It was 2 weeks before the family reunion, and I'd just gotten off another condescending phone call with my mother. "That empty chair," a voice said, startling me. "May I?" I looked up to find a well-dressed man gesturing to the seat across from me. The cafe was nearly empty, which made his request odd. "Sure," I said, closing my notebook. "No, please," he said, sitting down. "Keep drawing. Those lines, they speak of something deeper than anger, don't they?" I studied him carefully. "You're an artist?" "A curator." He smiled, extending his hand. "Antonio, I was actually at your gallery several times before it closed. Your work left quite an impression." My chest tightened. "That gallery feels like a lifetime ago." "Perhaps." He pulled out his phone, showing me images of familiar paintings. My paintings. But these still speak volumes. Especially this one. It was my self-portrait, the one that hung in the back room. Dark, twisted figures reached from the shadows, trying to drag the subject down, while she reached toward a light they couldn't see. "That piece never sold," I said quietly, "because it wasn't for sale. It was your story." Antonio leaned forward. "Tell me, Annalise, are you still painting?" "How do you know my name?" "I make it my business to know artists who matter." He set his phone down. "I'm putting together an exhibition in Tokyo. Contemporary pieces focusing on family dynamics, personal transformation. Your work would fit perfectly." I laughed, but it came out bitter. "My family thinks I should give up art altogether. Get a real job." "Ah." Antonio's eyes sparkled. "And what do you think about that?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from my ex-husband. "Heard about the gallery. Told you it was a mistake. Hope you're finally seeing reason." I showed Antonio the message. "That's what everyone in my life thinks. That I'm unreasonable for pursuing art. Then they don't understand art's true power." He pulled out a business card. "Pain, betrayal, redemption. These emotions create the most compelling works. Your gallery pieces showed promise, but they were safe. What would you create if you stopped being safe?" My hand trembled slightly as I took his card. "What exactly are you suggesting?" 3 months, 10 pieces. Complete creative freedom." He gestured to my notebook. "Those angry lines? Transform them. Show the world what happens when they try to cage an artist's spirit." "You haven't seen my new work," I protested. "How do you know?" "I know enough." He stood up, straightening his jacket. "The exhibition opens in December. Your family, they doubt you?" I nodded. "Then invite them. Let them see themselves through your eyes." He smiled, but it wasn't entirely kind. Sometimes the best revenge is forcing people to confront their own reflection. After he left, I sat there for hours, sketching frantically. Images poured out. My mother's disapproving frown transformed into a Baroque mask of propriety. Damien's success worship depicted as a golden noose. Callie's fake sympathy twisted into thorned roses. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Selah, my oldest friend. "Hey, stranger, haven't heard from you in weeks. You okay?" I called her immediately. "Selah, I need your honest opinion. Am I crazy for still trying to make it as an artist?" "What brought this on?" Her voice was concerned. "Did your family say something again?" "No. Well, yes, but..." I explained about Antonio and the exhibition offer. "Holy shit, Anna!" Selah's excitement was contagious. "The Shimizu Contemporary? That's huge! But what if they're right? What if I'm just setting myself up for another failure?" "Listen to me." Selah's voice turned serious. "Your gallery didn't fail because you're a bad artist. It failed because you were trying to create what you thought people wanted to see. When was the last time you painted something just for you?" I looked down at my sketches, raw, angry, honest. I think I'm about to. Then do it. Show them all what you're capable of. She paused. Just promise me one thing. What? Don't hold back. Not this time. That night, I emailed Antonio my acceptance and ordered new canvases. As I cleared space in my small studio apartment, I found my old wedding photo tucked behind some boxes. Mark's smiling face looked back at me, his arm around my shoulders, both of us standing in front of my first gallery opening. "You'll never make it in the art world," he'd said the night he left. "You're just not good enough." I ripped the photo in half and pinned it to my inspiration board. Below it, I wrote, "Watch me." The next morning, I started painting. Each stroke felt like breaking free from chains I hadn't even realized I was wearing. For the first time in years, I wasn't creating art to please others or prove something. I was creating art to set myself free. And if it burned some bridges along the way, well, that was just part of the masterpiece. Paint splattered across the canvas like blood, dark reds mixing with deep purples. I'd been working for 6 hours straight when the knock came at my door. The sound made me jump, smearing crimson across what was supposed to be my mother's perfectly coiffed hair in the portrait. "Annalise? Darling, are you home?" Speaking of the devil, I looked down at my paint-covered clothes and sighed. "Coming, Mom." I opened the door to find June standing there in her designer suit, looking completely out of place in my apartment building's dingy hallway. Her eyes widened at my appearance. "Oh, sweetheart." She pushed past me into the apartment. "You're not still—" She trailed off as she saw the canvases. 7 of them lined the walls, each one larger than the last. The newest one, still wet, showed a woman in a garden party dress, her face a mask of propriety while serpents coiled around her ankles. "What is this?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "My new collection." I wiped my hands on my already stained jeans. "For Tokyo." She moved closer to the serpent painting, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. This is me, isn't it?" What gave it away? The pearls or the passive-aggressive smile? "Annalise!" She spun to face me. "Is this what you're planning to show? These angry paintings?" I gestured to the other pieces. "Take a look around, Mom. Tell me what you see." She did, slowly walking the perimeter of my small living room. There was Damien, crowned in fool's gold. Callie, drowning in a sea of champagne and fake tears. My ex-husband, a puppet master with broken strings. "This isn't art," she said finally. "This is revenge." "Why can't it be both?" "Because I raised you better than this." She grabbed my arm. "Listen to me. It's not too late to cancel. I'll call Antonio myself." I jerked away from her. "You know Antonio?" "Everyone in the art world knows Antonio." She smoothed her jacket, a nervous habit I'd captured perfectly in the painting. "He's brilliant, but he can be cruel. He likes to create spectacles." "Like showcasing the failed artist daughter of June Watts?" "That's not fair." "No?" I picked up my brush again, turning to the portrait. "Where were you when my gallery was failing? When Mark left? When I needed someone to believe in me?" I was trying to protect you." Her voice cracked. "This world, it's brutal, Annalise. I watched your father chase his dreams until they destroyed him. Dad died of cancer, Mom, not from being an artist. He died broke and unknown." She touched the serpent painting gently. "Is that what you want?" "I want to be heard." I started fixing the smeared hair in the portrait. "For once in my life, I want people to see the truth." "And what truth is that?" I turned to her, brush pointed like a weapon. "That you were all so busy protecting me from failure, that you became the reason I failed." Silence filled the apartment, broken only by the distant sound of traffic and the drip of paint hitting the floor. My mother stared at the portrait of herself, something unreadable crossing her face. "The technique is beautiful," she said finally. "You've improved." Don't what?" "Don't try to make this okay." I set down the brush. "You can't fix this with compliments and concern anymore." She reached into her purse, pulling out a familiar business card. Antonio sent me this. Asked me if I wanted to be a special guest at the opening. My stomach dropped. And I haven't decided yet. She placed the card on my paint-splattered table. But I want you to think about something. After you show these, after you get your revenge, what then? Where does this path lead? To freedom, I said, but my voice wavered. She walked to the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. Just remember, darling, the thing about burning bridges is that you can end up stranded on the wrong side. After she left, I stared at the portrait for a long time. The serpents seemed to move in the fading light, writhing around the painted figure's ankles. But now I noticed something else, the way her hands reached out, as if trying to catch something falling. My phone buzzed with a text from Antonio. How's the collection coming? Remember, pain makes the best art. I looked at my mother's portrait again, then at the blank canvas waiting in the corner. 8 down, 2 to go. The final pieces would be the hardest, self-portraits that showed not just my anger, but my transformation. Because my mother was wrong about one thing. This wasn't just about revenge. It was about breaking free from the cage they'd all helped build around me, bar by golden bar. I picked up my brush and started on the 8th canvas. This time, when I painted the serpents, I gave them wings. You're actually going through with this? Selah sat cross-legged on my paint-splattered floor, surrounded by bubble wrap and packing materials. 2 weeks before the Tokyo exhibition, and my apartment looked like a war zone. Help me wrap this one, I said, carefully lifting the portrait of Damien. And yes, I'm going through with it. Your brother's going to lose his mind when he sees this. She ran her fingers along the frame. The golden noose is a bit on the nose, don't you think? My phone rang, Damien's name flashing on the screen. Speaking of the devil. Put it on speaker, Selah whispered, grinning. I answered. Hey, big brother. Anna, just calling to finalize our Tokyo plans. His voice dripped with fake enthusiasm. We've booked the presidential suite at the Park Hyatt. You know, that hotel from Lost in Translation? That's nice. Callie and I were thinking we could take you out for dinner after your little show. Help you process things. Selah made a gagging motion. I threw a piece of bubble wrap at her. Process things? Well, you know, he chuckled. When things don't go quite as planned, it's good to have family around. Remember your first gallery opening? My hands clenched. Actually, Damien, I'll be busy that night. The gallery's hosting a private reception for collectors and critics. Critics? He laughed. Come on, sis. Let's be realistic here. 3 major critics confirmed their attendance last week. I started wrapping his portrait with perhaps more force than necessary. Plus, representatives from galleries in Paris and New York. The line went quiet for a moment. Mom mentioned your new work is different. You could say that. Anna, listen. His voice took on that patronizing tone I'd captured perfectly in oils and acrylics. It's not too late to back out. No one would blame you. We all know how sensitive you can be. Selah mouthed asshole at the phone. Thanks for your concern, I said, keeping my voice steady. But I think you'll find I'm not as sensitive as you remember. See you in Tokyo, brother dear. I hung up before he could respond. God, what a jerk, Selah said, helping me secure the wrapped canvas. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes what you've done. 9 down, I said, looking at the final blank canvas in the corner. 1 to go. The self-portrait? Selah stood, stretching. What are you planning for that one? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from Antonio. Final piece deadline in 3 days. Make it count. He's been pushing for something specific, I admitted. Something that ties the whole collection together. And I walked to my sketches pinned on the wall. I keep coming back to this idea. The rough drawing showed a woman emerging from a chrysalis made of broken picture frames and shattered expectations. Around her, the faces of my family watched from the shadows, their expressions a mix of horror and recognition. It's perfect, Selah said softly. But can you finish it in time? I picked up my brush. I have to. I've already arranged the shipping for everything else. This is the keystone. Then I'll leave you to it. She hugged me tight. Just remember to eat something occasionally, okay? After she left, I stared at the blank canvas for a long time. My phone kept buzzing. Texts from Callie about Tokyo restaurant recommendations. Messages from my mother about reconsidering the tone of my work. Even one from Mark asking if the rumors about the exhibition were true. I ignored them all and started painting. Hours blurred together. I forgot to eat, forgot to sleep. The woman in the painting took shape, her emergence violent and beautiful. I painted through sunrise and sunset, through doubt and determination. On the third day, as I was adding the final highlights, Antonio called. "Is it finished?" "Just about." I stepped back, studying the piece. "It's different from what we discussed." "Different how?" "Come see for yourself." 20 minutes later, he stood in my studio, staring at the still wet canvas. The woman in the painting wasn't just emerging, she was exploding from her chrysalis, fragments of her old life becoming wings of fire and gold. The watching faces weren't horrified anymore. They were transfixed, caught between judgment and awe. "This," Antonio said finally, "is exactly what I was hoping for." "Really? Because you seemed pretty set on the whole revenge angle." He smiled. "Revenge got you started. But this?" He gestured to the painting. "This is transformation. This is what will make them remember. And if they hate it, then they'll hate it memorably." He pulled out his phone. "I'm sending the shipping company over tomorrow morning. Be ready." After he left, I sat alone in my apartment, surrounded by empty spaces where my paintings had been. In 2 weeks, they would all hang in Tokyo, my private pain made public, my secret thoughts revealed in color and light. I looked at my phone, at all the unopened messages from my family. For the first time in years, I felt ready to face them. Let them come to Tokyo. Let them see what they helped create. I was done being afraid. Tokyo hit me like a fever dream. The neon lights, the endless streams of people, the humid air thick with anticipation. Or maybe that was just my anxiety talking. I stood in the gallery space, watching as workers carefully unpacked my paintings. "Careful with that one," I called out as they lifted Callie's portrait. "The frame is still. Everything is under control, Annalise." Antonio appeared beside me, clipboard in hand. This isn't their first exhibition. A crash from the back room made us both jump. One of the workers emerged, looking sheepish. "Sorry, just dropped an empty crate." I pressed my hands to my temples. 2 days? The opening is in 2 days, and nothing is ready. Actually, Antonio consulted his clipboard. "We're ahead of schedule, which means you have time to deal with that." He pointed to the entrance, where my mother stood in a perfectly tailored suit, looking lost. "Mom?" I walked over. "The opening isn't until Friday." I know." She glanced around the space. "I thought maybe we could talk before everyone else arrives." Antonio caught my eye and nodded. "Take her to the cafe across the street. We've got things handled here." The cafe was tiny, with windows that looked out over the bustling Shibuya streets. My mother stirred her green tea endlessly, avoiding my gaze. "So," I said finally, "you're early." I couldn't wait. She looked up. I needed to see them again, the paintings. "And? They're beautiful." Her voice cracked slightly. "Terrible and beautiful, like watching a car crash in slow motion." "Mom?" "No, let me finish." She reached into her bag, pulling out a worn sketchbook. "Do you remember this?" I recognized it immediately. My old portfolio from high school. "You were so talented, even then." She opened it to a particular page, a portrait of her from years ago, smiling and natural. This was before Dad died, before I got scared. She pushed the sketchbook toward me. "I thought I was protecting you. From poverty, from disappointment, from ending up like Dad? Happy? Your father wasn't happy at the end, Annalise." She closed the sketchbook. "He was frustrated, bitter. The art world had chewed him up and spat him out. So you decided to chew me up first? The words came out sharper than I intended. A waiter arrived with our pastries, giving us both a moment to compose ourselves. Ah, I deserved that, my mother said finally. I deserved all of it. The serpents, the mask, everything in that painting. Then why are you here? Because, she took a deep breath, because I want to stand beside you at the opening. Not as the woman in your painting, but as your mother, if you'll let me. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Damien. Just landed. Callie's flight delayed. Where's the nearest bar to the gallery? Need a drink before seeing your latest endeavor. Let me guess, my mother said, watching my face. Your brother's being himself? I showed her the text. She read it and actually rolled her eyes, something I'd never seen her do before. You know, she said, your portrait of him, the one with the fool's gold crown? It's perfect. He always was his own biggest fan. I nearly choked on my tea. Did you just agree with me about Damien? I'm capable of growth. She smiled slightly. The question is, are you? What do you mean? These paintings, they're your way of breaking free. But freedom means different things to different people. She reached across the table, taking my hand. Sometimes it means knowing when to let go of the anger, even when it's justified. My phone buzzed again. Antonio. Critics arriving early for preview. Need you back here. I have to go, I said, standing. The critics? I know. She stood too, straightening her jacket. Just think about what I said. And Annalise? She caught my arm as I turned to leave. Whatever happens at the opening, remember, you already won. You finished the collection. You made it to Tokyo. Everything else is just fool's gold? She laughed, a real laugh, not her usual polite titter. Exactly. Back at the gallery, the lights were being tested, casting dramatic shadows across my paintings. Antonio was directing the final placements, arguing in rapid Japanese with the lighting technician. Move that spot 2 degrees left, he called out. We need the serpents to look like they're moving. I watched as the light shifted, bringing my mother's portrait to life. The serpents did seem to move now, but somehow they looked less threatening than before. Maybe it was the conversation with my mother, or maybe it was just the Tokyo air, but something had shifted. Perfect, Antonio said, coming to stand beside me. Now, are you ready to face the critics? I thought about my mother's words, about letting go of anger, about different kinds of freedom. Yes, I said. I'm ready for whatever comes next. The gallery lights dimmed and rose again, making the gold leaf in my paintings glitter like stars, like promises, like possibilities. Opening night arrived with the subtlety of a thunderstorm. I stood in the gallery's entrance, wearing a black dress that cost more than a month's rent, watching as Tokyo's art elite mingled with my family's particular brand of dysfunction. Darling! Callie's voice carried across the space. This is different from your usual work. She stood before her own portrait, champagne glass trembling slightly in her hand. In the painting, she was drowning in a sea of her own tears, each droplet containing a reflection of her fake smiles. You always said I should try new things, I replied sweetly. Is that supposed to be me? She leaned closer. The resemblance is uncanny? Antonio appeared beside us. That's what the critics are saying. Excuse me, but I need to borrow the artist. The reviewer from Art Forum wants a word. Before he could lead me away, Damien's voice boomed through the gallery. Well, well, little sister, you've really outdone yourself this time. He stood in front of his portrait, his real face almost as red as the painted fool's gold crown. Several critics nearby turned to watch the interaction, their notepads ready. I'm glad you could make it, I said, keeping my voice level. What do you think of the collection? What do I think? He laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. I think you've lost your mind. Is this what you've been working on? Turning your family into monsters? No, I stepped closer. I just painted what I saw. A murmur went through the growing crowd. From the corner of my eye, I saw my mother enter the gallery, stopping short at the scene unfolding. "What you saw?" Damien gestured wildly at his portrait. "You painted me as some sort of corporate puppet." "Actually," a crisp voice cut in, "the technical term would be modern Midas, the gold that both crowns and condemns. Quite brilliant, really." We turned to find a woman in severe glasses studying the painting. "Mariko Sato, Art Forum," she introduced herself. "This piece perfectly captures the hollow nature of success worship in contemporary society. The way the crown appears to be melting, consuming the subject. Masterful." Damien's face went from red to purple. "This is ridiculous. You're all praising her for telling the truth?" My mother's voice made us all turn. She stood before her own portrait, head held high. "She's not wrong, Damien, about any of us." The gallery had gone quiet, the audience watching this family drama unfold like it was performance art. Maybe it was. "June," Damien started, but she cut him off. "No! Look at these paintings. Really look at them." She moved through the gallery, gesturing at each piece. "Every criticism, every disappointment, every moment we chose status over support, it's all here, and it's beautiful." "Beautiful?" Callie scoffed. "She's humiliated us." "No!" Mariko interrupted again, scribbling in her notepad. "She's immortalized you. These aren't just family portraits. They're a study of modern relationships, of expectations versus reality. The technical skill is impressive, but the emotional depth, that's what makes these works significant." More critics gathered, discussing brush techniques and symbolism. I heard phrases like breakthrough artist and raw emotional honesty floating through the air. Antonio touched my elbow. "The final piece. It's time." He led the crowd to the back wall, where my self-portrait hung, the woman emerging from her chrysalis of broken expectations. Under the gallery lights, the gold leaf wings seemed to pulse with life. "This," Mariko said softly, "this is the key to everything. The transformation of pain into power. The emergence of authentic self despite societal constraints. Ms. Sanders, you've created something extraordinary here." I felt my mother's hand slip into mine. "Yes," she said, "she has." Damien and Callie stood apart from the crowd, their faces a mix of emotions I couldn't quite read. But for the first time, they were silent. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of interviews and congratulations. Collectors made offers. Gallery owners handed me cards. Critics praised the bold new voice in contemporary art. Near midnight, as the crowd thinned, I found myself alone with my mother in front of her portrait. The serpents seemed less threatening now, more like guides than tempters. "I was wrong," she said simply, "about so many things." "Mom!" "No, let me finish." She touched the canvas gently. "I thought I was protecting you from the art world. Instead, I became the thing you needed protection from. But this," she gestured around the gallery, "this is who you were always meant to be." Behind us, I could hear Antonio announcing the final sales figures to the remaining guests. Could hear Damien and Callie arguing quietly by the exit. Could hear the future rushing toward me like a bullet train. But in that moment, standing with my mother in front of the truth we'd both finally faced, I felt something shift. The anger that had driven my brushes, fueled my revenge, began to transform into something else. Something that looked a lot like freedom. The morning after the opening, I sat in my hotel room surrounded by newspapers. My face stared back at me from the art sections of 3 different publications, alongside glowing reviews of the exhibition. A knock at the door made me jump. "Room service!" But when I opened it, I found Damien standing there, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes, something I hadn't seen him wear in years. "Can I come in?" I stepped aside, watching as he took in the scattered newspapers and half-empty champagne bottle from last night. "Quite a splash you made," he said, picking up one of the papers. "Rising star transforms family drama into artistic triumph." Mom must be thrilled. "Why are you here, Damien?" He sat heavily in one of the plush chairs. I couldn't sleep last night. Kept seeing that damn painting. The crown, the noose. He looked up at me. Is that really how you see me? It's how you've been. Been? He repeated. Past tense? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Antonio. Major collector wants to commission a series. 6 figures. Call me. Damien watched me read the message. Good news? Could be. I set the phone down. Why are you really here? He stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the Tokyo skyline. Remember when we were kids, before Dad got sick? You used to draw these ridiculous portraits of me as a superhero. Super Damien, I said softly. Defender of little sisters. What happened to us, Anna? You happened. Success happened. The day you made partner at your firm, you told me I was wasting my life with hobby art. He winced. I was trying to help. No, you were trying to make me more like you. I joined him at the window. The thing is, Damien, I never wanted to be like you. I just wanted you to be proud of me anyway. The critics are proud enough. He attempted a joke, but it fell flat. That's not the same thing. We stood in silence, watching the city wake up below us. Finally, he turned to face me. The painting, he said. The crown is melting, but the person underneath, he looks scared. Because he is. I met his eyes. Aren't you? Before he could answer, another knock came at the door. This time it was Callie, her makeup perfect despite the early hour. Oh, she said, seeing Damien. I didn't realize. Come in, I said. We're having a family meeting, apparently. Callie perched on the edge of the bed, her designer purse clutched like a shield. I saw the offers. For your paintings. They're impressive. Don't strain yourself with compliments, Callie. I'm serious. She pulled something from her purse, a creased piece of paper. I found this in my old diary. Remember when we were 14? You drew this at my first ballet recital. The sketch showed a younger Callie in mid-leap, her face full of joy rather than calculation. I'd forgotten about it completely. You were always able to see people, she said quietly. Really see them. I guess I just didn't like what you saw in me. The truth hurts, Damien muttered. Says the man wearing golden handcuffs, Callie shot back. To my surprise, they both laughed. It was a fragile sound, but real. My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother. Breakfast in 20 minutes. The whole family. We need to talk. I showed them the message. She's at the hotel restaurant already, isn't she? Damien asked. Probably color-coding her talking points, Callie added. Some things never change, I said, but the words held less bitterness than before. We made our way down to the restaurant, this strange procession of newly humbled siblings. Mom sat at a corner table, perfectly poised as always, but something was different. She'd taken off her pearls. My children, she said as we approached. Sit, please. We did, falling into our usual seats, me across from Damien, Callie next to Mom. A waiter appeared with coffee and disappeared just as quickly. I've been thinking, Mom began, about legacy. Mom, Damien started, but she held up a hand. Your father's legacy wasn't his art or lack of success. It was his courage to keep creating, even when the world told him to stop. She looked at each of us in turn. And my legacy? Well, thanks to your exhibition, Annalise. I can see it clearly now. I created a family of performers, always playing our parts, always hiding behind our masks. The serpents, I whispered. Yes, she smiled sadly. But maybe it's time for a new portrait, one where we're all a little more real. My phone buzzed one final time. Antonio again. Gallery opening in Paris wants the whole collection. When can you start the next series? I looked at my family, really looked at them. Damien with his slightly loosened tie, Callie without her usual sharp smile, Mom missing her armor of pearls. All of us, finally seeing each other clearly. Soon, I typed back. But this time, I'm painting something different. Something true. Something healing. Something free. The last day of the Tokyo exhibition dawned clear and bright. I stood in the empty gallery, saying goodbye to each painting before they were packed for Paris. Antonio worked quietly in the background, directing the art handlers. "Having second thoughts?" he asked, catching me touching the frame of my mother's portrait. "No, just—" I stepped back, realizing these aren't quite true anymore. That's the point of art, isn't it? To capture a moment in time. My phone buzzed. A message from Mark. "Saw the reviews? Congratulations. I was wrong about you." I deleted it without responding. Some chapters didn't need an epilogue. "Annalise?" My mother's voice echoed through the gallery. She wasn't alone. Damien, Callie, and Sela were with her. "What are you all doing here?" Sela grinned, holding up her camera. "Documenting the moment, obviously." "We wanted to see them one last time," Damien said, his tie conspicuously absent, "before they head to Paris without us." "About that." I exchanged glances with Antonio, who nodded. "I'm not sending all of them." "What do you mean?" Callie asked. I led them to the back room where a new canvas stood covered. "I've been working on something, a replacement for the Paris show. But these paintings are a set," my mother protested. "The critics all said, 'The critics don't get to decide anymore.'" I pulled off the cover. The new painting showed our family breakfast from that morning after the opening. But instead of masks and serpents and golden chains, it showed us as we really were. Imperfect, uncertain, but trying. Mom without her pearls, Damien with his guard down, Callie's genuine smile. In the background, fragments of the original portraits could be seen, but they were fading like old photographs. "This is—" Callie touched the canvas gently. "This is beautiful." "It's true," Damien said quietly. My mother stood silent, tears tracking down her cheeks. "The Paris gallery wants anger and revenge," Antonio said from behind us. "They want the sensational family drama that made headlines." "But that's not us anymore," I said. "At least, not all of us." "So what happens now?" Sela asked, snapping photos of our reactions. "Now?" I smiled. "Now I get to choose. The Paris gallery will take the collection as is, or they can have the new direction. Either way, I'm done letting other people decide what my art should be." "They'll take it," Antonio said confidently. "The new piece, it's stronger than revenge. It's redemption." "Speaking of redemption," Damien cleared his throat, "I have something to show you." He pulled out his phone, showing me an email. "I'm stepping down as partner." "What?" We all spoke at once. "I'm opening my own firm, smaller, more focused on arts advocacy and creative rights." He looked at me. "If you're interested, I could use some help with the logo design." "Damien," Mom started, but he cut her off. "The crown was heavy, Mom. Time to take it off." Callie laughed suddenly. "Well, if we're doing confessions, I quit the country club, and I'm teaching ballet to underprivileged kids now." "My turn," Mom said, wiping her eyes. "I'm selling the house, your father's old studio. I'm turning it into an art school for children." "You're all insane," Sela announced, still taking pictures. "And it's absolutely perfect." Antonio cleared his throat. "The handlers need to start packing soon. Have you made your decision about Paris?" I looked at my family, really looked at them, at how far we'd come from that bitter reunion where this all started. The revenge I'd planned had transformed into something else entirely. "Send them this one," I said, gesturing to the new painting. "Tell them it's a package deal. Take it all or nothing, the journey and the destination. And if they say no, then I'll find someone who understands that the best art tells the whole story, not just the angry parts." My mother hugged me suddenly, fiercely. "Your father would be so proud." "We all are," Damien added. "Even if you did make me look like I was drowning in champagne," Callie said, but she was smiling. Sela captured the moment, all of us laughing, the new painting bearing witness to our transformation. The morning light streamed through the gallery windows, making the gold leaf in all the paintings shimmer like stars. "Time to pack up," Antonio called softly. We stepped back, watching as the handlers began carefully wrapping each canvas. But they weren't just paintings anymore. They were markers of where we'd been, signposts pointing to where we were going. "Ready?" Sela asked, showing me the photos on her camera. I looked at the last shot, my family standing together, the new painting behind us, all of us smiling real smiles. "Yeah," I said. "I'm ready for whatever comes next. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's letting go of the need for it. Sometimes it's painting a new picture, one brush stroke at a time."
I stood in front of the mirror, adjusting my graduation cap for the 100th time. My hands were trembling, not from nerves about the ceremony, but from excitement about finally having my moment. After 10 years of night classes, working double shifts, and putting everyone else first, I was graduating. Me, Jessica, the girl who always stood in the shadows of her husband's success. "You look perfect," Sandra said, appearing behind me with a champagne flute, "though I still think we should have gone with the sparkly heels." I laughed, glancing down at my sensible black pumps. "These'll do just fine. I don't want to trip walking across the stage. Brandon's going to be so proud." She squeezed my shoulder. "Speaking of which, where is that workaholic husband of yours?" "Surgery ran late," I said, checking my phone again. No messages. But he promised he'd make it to the party afterward. The graduation ceremony passed in a blur of speeches and name-calling. When they announced Jessica Mitchell, I walked across that stage with my head held high, thinking about all those nights I'd spent studying after closing the diner, all those promotions I'd turned down so we could stay near Brandon's residency program. Before we continue, quick question. Where has this story found you today? Let us know your location in the comments below. Now, let's continue. The party at our house was Sandra's idea. She'd transformed our backyard into a twinkling wonderland, with fairy lights strung between trees and champagne flowing freely. Friends, family, and colleagues from both the diner and my new job at the investment firm filled the space with laughter and congratulations. "There's my graduate." Brandon's voice boomed across the yard as he finally arrived, still in his scrubs. He looked exhausted but handsome as ever, that same charm that had won me over 12 years ago, still evident in his smile. "Sorry I'm late, babe. Emergency appendectomy." I wrapped my arms around him, breathing in the familiar hospital antiseptic smell. "You're here now. That's all that matters. Actually," he pulled away, glancing nervously around the crowd, "there's something I need to tell you, something important." My stomach dropped. I knew that tone. It was the same one he'd used when telling me we had to move across the country for his residency. "Can it wait?" I gestured to our guests. "We're celebrating." "No." He cut me off, raising his voice slightly. "It can't wait. I've been seeing someone." The party chatter died down. I could feel eyes turning toward us, could hear Sandra's sharp intake of breath somewhere behind me. "What?" My voice came out as a whisper. "Her name is Trinity. She's a resident at the hospital." Brandon ran a hand through his hair, a nervous tic I'd found endearing once. "We've been together for 6 months. I'm leaving you for her." The silence that followed was deafening. Someone dropped a glass, the sharp crack against the patio tiles making me flinch. 6 months? I repeated, my mind racing through all those late nights, all those emergency surgeries. While I was finishing my degree, while I was still working 60-hour weeks to pay off your student loans. "I'm sorry," he said, but his eyes weren't on me. They were fixed on something, someone, behind me. I turned to see a young woman in designer clothes, looking uncomfortable but determined. Trinity. She'd been at my graduation party the whole time. "You brought her here?" The words came out as a snarl. "To my graduation party?" "I thought it would be better to be honest," Brandon said, reaching for Trinity's hand. "To start fresh." Sandra appeared at my side, her arm around my shoulders. You need to leave, both of you, now. But I couldn't let him go. Not like this, not after everything. 10 years, I said, my voice rising. I gave you 10 years of my life. I worked at that diner until my feet bled to put you through med school. I moved across the country, away from my family, for your career. And this is how you repay me? Jessica, he started, but I was beyond hearing excuses. Get out, I screamed, grabbing the nearest champagne glass and hurling it at his feet. The splash caught Trinity's expensive shoes, making her jump back with a yelp. As they hurried away, the party dissolved into chaos. People started gathering their things, making awkward excuses. I stood there, rooted to the spot, watching my perfect night crumble around me. I've got you, Sandra whispered, holding me up as my knees threatened to buckle. Let them go. We'll figure this out. But as I watched Brandon help Trinity into his car, the car I'd helped him pick out last year, something hardened inside me. This wasn't just about a failed marriage or a public humiliation. This was about justice, about consequences. I straightened my shoulders, wiping away tears I hadn't realized were falling. You're right, Sandra. We will figure this out, but not the way Brandon expects. The fairy lights continued to twinkle overhead, mocking what should have been my triumph. But as I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of my celebration, I made a promise to myself. This wouldn't be the end of my story. It would be the beginning. The morning after my disastrous graduation party, I sat at our shared home office, staring at Brandon's laptop. He'd left it behind in his hurry to escape with Trinity. 10 years of marriage, and he couldn't even remember to grab his computer. You should eat something, Sandra said, placing a mug of coffee beside me. She'd stayed the night, sleeping on the couch after helping me clean up the aftermath of the party. I can't, I replied, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Not until I figure out what else he's been hiding. Jessica? Sandra's voice held a warning note. Don't. I took a deep breath. Just don't. You know what's funny? He never changed his password. It's still the date we met. The laptop came to life, revealing dozens of open tabs, patient records, email chains, bank statements. My financial analyst brain kicked into gear as I started scanning the numbers. This doesn't make sense, I muttered, pulling up our joint account. He's been transferring large sums to an account I've never seen before. Sandra leaned over my shoulder. Maybe it's for the hospital? No. I shook my head, my hands shaking as I dug deeper. These transfers started 6 months ago, the same time he started seeing her. The doorbell rang, making us both jump. Sandra went to answer it while I continued searching through files. Jessica? A familiar voice called out. It's Eduardo from the hospital. I need to talk to you. Eduardo, Brandon's colleague and friend, stood in our living room looking uncomfortable in his casual clothes. I'd always liked him. He was one of the few doctors who treated me like a person, not just Brandon's wife. If you're here to defend him, I started. I'm not, he cut me off. I'm here because I think you need to know something about Trinity. I gestured for him to sit down. He perched on the edge of our couch, the one Brandon and I had picked out together last spring. She's not just a resident, Eduardo said, running his hands through his hair. She's the daughter of the hospital board chairman. Brandon's been, let's say he's been climbing the ladder faster than usual since they got together. My laugh came out bitter. So he traded up. Got himself a younger model with better connections. It's more complicated than that. Eduardo glanced at Sandra, who was hovering protectively nearby. There have been rumors about missing prescription pads, about procedures being signed off without proper oversight. I've tried looking into it, but every time I get close, the investigations disappear. My hands clenched into fists. And let me guess, Trinity's father makes sure everything stays buried? Eduardo nodded. Brandon's always been ambitious, but lately, look, I probably shouldn't be here. But you were always good to me, Jessica. You deserve to know what's really going on. After Eduardo left, I returned to the laptop with renewed purpose. Every file, every email, every transaction. I combed through them all with the same attention to detail that had earned me my recent promotion. Here, I said finally, pointing to a series of transactions. Look at these payments. They're coded as consulting fees, but they're going to offshore accounts. And the dates match up with some of the procedures Eduardo mentioned. Sandra squeezed my shoulder. What are you going to do? First, I said, plugging in my USB drive. I'm going to make copies of everything. Then I'm going to find out exactly what my dear husband has been up to at that hospital. My phone buzzed. A text from Brandon. Need my laptop for work. Dropping by to pick it up. Perfect timing, I muttered, quickly finishing the file transfer. Sandra, would you mind making yourself scarce? I need to handle this alone. 20 minutes later, Brandon walked in using his key. He looked different somehow, sharper, colder, like a mask had slipped away. Where is it? He demanded, not even bothering with hello. I gestured to the laptop on the coffee table, right where you left it, along with your integrity, apparently. He froze. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, I said, keeping my voice light. Just wondering how many prescription pads it takes to buy Trinity those designer shoes she was wearing last night. The color drained from his face. You've been going through my files? Funny thing about being a financial analyst, I said, standing up. We're really good at following money trails. And yours, Brandon? They lead to some very interesting places. He grabbed the laptop, clutching it to his chest. You don't know what you're talking about. And even if you did, no one would believe you over me. I'm a respected surgeon. For now, I replied, watching him back toward the door. But respect is such a fragile thing, isn't it? Like trust or marriage vows. After he left, I sat down heavily on the couch, my hands shaking. Sandra emerged from the kitchen, her face concerned. Are you okay? I nodded slowly, a plan already forming in my mind. I will be, but first, I need to make a call to someone named Helen Graham. According to these emails, she's been asking some very interesting questions about Brandon's department. The game was on, and this time, I wasn't playing by anyone else's rules. The hospital lobby felt different now. For years, I'd walked these halls proudly as Brandon's wife, but today I moved like a ghost, watching the staff hurry past with new eyes. Every friendly smile, every casual greeting. I wondered who else had known about Brandon and Trinity while I remained oblivious. Can I help you? The receptionist's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Yes, I'm here to see Dr. Helen Graham. Do you have an appointment? No, but I leaned closer, lowering my voice. Could you tell her it's about Dr. Brandon Mitchell and some concerning financial discrepancies? The receptionist's eyes widened slightly. She picked up her phone, speaking in hushed tones. Within minutes, a security guard appeared to escort me to Helen's office. Helen Graham wasn't what I expected. Instead of the stern administrator I'd imagined, I found a woman in her late 50s with kind eyes and a streak of silver in her dark hair. She stood as I entered, gesturing for the security guard to leave. Jessica, she said, not a question. I've been wondering when you'd show up. I placed my USB drive on her desk. I have something you might want to see. Helen's expression remained neutral as she plugged in the drive and began reviewing the files. Only the occasional tightening around her eyes betrayed her reaction to what she was seeing. How long have you known? I asked, breaking the silence. About Trinity. A few months. Helen looked up, her gaze sharp. About the other things? I've had suspicions for longer, but Brandon is protected by Trinity's father. Among others, Helen leaned back in her chair. The hospital board isn't interested in scandal, especially not with our upcoming merger. What if they didn't have a choice? I pulled out a second USB drive. This one contains copies of everything: the unauthorized prescriptions, the fraudulent billing, the offshore accounts. One click, and it all goes to every major news outlet in the city. Helen's eyebrows shot up. That's quite a nuclear option you're holding. He humiliated me at my own graduation party, I said, my voice cracking slightly. After 10 years of sacrificing everything for him. And now you want revenge. It wasn't a question. I want justice. Helen stood, walking to her window. Below, I could see Brandon's reserved parking space, his luxury car gleaming in the sunlight. Did you know, Helen said, still looking out, that I was the one who recommended Brandon for his residency here? I saw such promise in him. Brilliant surgeon, natural leader, but somewhere along the way, he started believing his own hype. She turned back to face me. What exactly are you proposing? I need access to the hospital's internal audit records, I said, and any complaints that might have been buried about Brandon's department. That's highly confidential information. So is writing prescriptions for non-existent patients. A ghost of a smile crossed Helen's face. You're not what I expected, Jessica. Brandon always portrayed you as simple, the devoted wife working her way through community college. Brandon sees what he wants to see. I stood, smoothing my skirt. I'm giving you a chance to clean house quietly, Dr. Graham. Help me expose Brandon's misconduct through proper channels, or I'll do it my way. And Trinity's father, the board, they'll fight back. Let them try. I placed my business card on her desk. I didn't spend 10 years analyzing financial records for nothing. As I turned to leave, Helen called out, "Wait." She opened her desk drawer and pulled out a thick file. These are the complaints I've collected over the past year, the ones that never made it to official review. I reached for the file, but she held it back. Before you take this, understand something. Once you start down this path, there's no going back. People will get hurt, not just Brandon and Trinity, but others, innocent people who trusted him. Like I trusted him? Revenge might feel good in the moment, Jessica, but it leaves scars on everyone involved, including the person seeking it. I thought about the night of my graduation, about the look in Brandon's eyes as he chose Trinity over our decade together. Some scars are worth it. Helen handed me the file. I'll help you, but on one condition. We do this right, by the book. No leaked documents to the press, no nuclear options. Deal? I took the file, feeling its weight, the weight of decisions and consequences yet to come. Deal. As I left the hospital, my phone buzzed with a text from Sandra. Brandon's moving his things out of the house tomorrow. Want company? I looked down at the file in my hands, then back at my phone. No thanks, I've got work to do. That night, I spread Helen's documents across my dining room table, creating a web of post-it notes and highlighter marks. Each complaint, each discrepancy, each covered-up mistake, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was finally starting to see clearly. Brandon had always said I was good at putting things together. Time to prove him right. 3 more complaints came in this morning, Helen said, sliding a manila envelope across her desk. All from nurses who worked with Brandon last year. They were too afraid to speak up before, but now... I nodded, adding the new statements to my growing file. 2 weeks had passed since our first meeting, and the evidence against Brandon was mounting faster than either of us had expected. Have you seen him? Helen asked, studying my face. Only from a distance. He's moved in with Trinity at her father's beach house. I forced a smile. Very romantic. Jessica, Helen's voice softened. Are you sure you want to continue with this? The hospital board meets next week. Once we present our findings, there's no turning back. Before I could answer, her office door burst open. Brandon stood there, his surgical scrubs wrinkled, his face flushed with anger. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded, storming toward me. "The nursing staff is refusing to work with me. My patients are requesting transfers. Even Eduardo won't return my calls." Helen rose from her chair. "Dr. Mitchell, this is highly inappropriate." "Save it," he snapped, then turned back to me. "Is this your revenge? Turning my own mentor against me? Poisoning my reputation?" I met his gaze steadily. "Your reputation? You mean the one you built on falsified records and buried complaints? You don't understand." He lowered his voice, glancing nervously at Helen. "The things I did? I had to. Do you know how competitive this field is? How hard it is to stand out?" "Actually," Helen interrupted, "I do. I've been standing out in this field for 30 years without compromising my ethics." Brandon ran his hands through his hair, a gesture so familiar it made my heart ache. "Helen, please, you've been like a mother to me. Don't let her do this." "I'm not doing anything," I said, standing up. "These complaints, they're real people, Brandon. Patients who trusted you, nurses who tried to speak up. You did this to yourself." "What about Trinity?" he asked desperately. "Her father can't protect you anymore?" Helen finished. "The board meeting next week isn't just about you, Brandon. It's about the entire culture of cover-ups and corruption. Your relationship with Trinity just helped us connect the dots." He turned to me, his eyes pleading. "Jess, baby, please. We can work this out. I made a mistake." "Don't." My voice cracked. "Don't you dare try to manipulate me. Not after everything." "Fine." His face hardened. "You want to play hardball? Remember who I am in this town. Remember who Trinity's father is. You really think anyone will believe the bitter ex-wife over me?" "They'll believe the evidence," Helen said quietly. "And the witnesses. How many more do you think will come forward once they know they're not alone?" Brandon's pager went off, making us all jump. He checked it, swearing under his breath. "This isn't over," he warned, backing toward the door. "You have no idea what you're getting into." After he left, I sank back into my chair, my hands shaking. Helen poured 2 glasses of water, adding a splash of something stronger to mine. "Drink," she ordered. "Then we'll talk." I took a sip, feeling the burn of alcohol. "He's right, you know, about Trinity's father. He won't go down without a fight." "No," Helen agreed, "he won't. Which is why we need to be absolutely certain about every detail before the board meeting." She paused, studying me. "There's something else you should know." She pulled up an email on her computer, turning the screen so I could see. "Eduardo sent this morning. He's been doing some digging of his own. Apparently, Brandon's been writing prescriptions for Trinity's father's private medical practice. Medications that never made it to actual patients." My breath caught. "You mean?" "Drug trafficking," Helen confirmed. "Clean, respectable, hidden behind a veneer of legitimate medical practice. That's why Trinity's father has been so protective. Brandon's not just dating his daughter, he's part of the operation." I felt the room spin slightly. This is bigger than I thought, more dangerous. "Which is why I'm giving you one last chance to walk away," Helen said gently. "We have enough to stop Brandon's medical career. We could leave it at that." I thought about the night of my graduation, about all those years of sacrifice, about the patients who had suffered because of Brandon's choices. "No," I said firmly. "We finished this, all of it." Helen nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Then we'd better get back to work. The board meeting is in 6 days, and we need everything to be perfect." As we bent over the files, sorting through evidence and testimony, I felt a strange mix of dread and determination. Brandon was right. I had no idea what I was getting into. But for the first time in years, I was fighting for something bigger than myself. And this time, I wasn't going to lose. "You need to see this," Sandra said, bursting into my apartment without knocking. She thrust her phone at me, displaying a local news website. The headline made my stomach drop. Prominent surgeon alleges harassment campaign by ex-wife. I scanned the article, my hands growing cold. Brandon had given an interview, painting himself as the victim of a vengeful ex-spouse who couldn't accept the end of their marriage. He'd even managed to work in mentions of my unstable behavior at the graduation party. That manipulative bastard, I muttered, tossing the phone aside. He's trying to get ahead of the story before the board meeting. There's more, Sandra said, pulling up another article. Trinity's father is quoted here, defending Brandon's exemplary record and suggesting an internal investigation into Helen's conduct. My phone rang, Helen's number flashing on the screen. Have you seen? She started. The articles? Yeah, just now. I put her on speaker. What do we do? Meet me at Eduardo's place in an hour, Helen said. And Jessica, be careful. I think we're being watched. Sandra insisted on driving me to Eduardo's apartment. The whole way there, I kept checking the rearview mirror, paranoid about every car that stayed behind us for more than a few blocks. Eduardo's place was a small walk-up in a quiet neighborhood. Helen was already there when we arrived, along with 3 nurses I recognized from the hospital. These are the witnesses who agreed to go on record, Helen explained, introducing them. Maria, Rachel, and Diane. They've all documented instances of Brandon's misconduct. And we're all probably going to lose our jobs, Maria said grimly. Trinity's father has friends on every hospital board in the city. No, you won't, I promised, though my voice shook slightly. We have evidence of retaliation against whistleblowers. That's another federal offense. Eduardo emerged from his kitchen with coffee for everyone. The board meeting's been moved up, he announced, tomorrow morning instead of next week. What? Helen stood up. They can't do that. We need more time to... They're trying to catch us unprepared, I realized. Rush this through before we can organize our evidence properly. It gets worse, Eduardo continued. I overheard Trinity's father on the phone. They're planning to discredit Helen first, suggest she's been targeting Brandon out of professional jealousy. Helen laughed bitterly. Professional jealousy? I trained him. Everything he knows about surgery, he learned from me. They're scared, I said, spreading our evidence files across Eduardo's coffee table. Which means we're close to something big. Maria, those prescriptions you mentioned, when exactly did they start? We worked through the night, fueled by coffee and determination. Each piece of evidence was reviewed, each testimony practiced and refined. Around midnight, Sandra returned with takeout and fresh concerns. Someone broke into your apartment, she said quietly, pulling me aside. Nothing was taken, but your files were clearly searched. My hands started shaking. Did you call the police? Of course. They took a report, but... She shrugged helplessly. Let me guess. The responding officer was friends with Trinity's father? This is getting dangerous, Jessica. Sandra grabbed my arm. Maybe you should back off. Let the medical board handle it through official channels. The medical board? Maria scoffed from across the room. They're as corrupt as the hospital administration. No offense, Dr. Graham. Helen waved off the apology. She's right. The whole system is compromised. That's why we need to do this right. I walked to the window, looking out at the quiet street below. A car was parked across the road, its occupants barely visible in the darkness. As I watched, it pulled away slowly. They're trying to intimidate us, I said, turning back to the group. Scare us into backing down, but here's what they don't understand. I'm not doing this for revenge anymore. You're not? Eduardo asked. No. I picked up one of the patient complaints, a woman who'd suffered complications after Brandon rushed through her surgery. I'm doing this because it's right. because every person in this room has sacrificed something to be here to tell the truth. Helen smiled, that hint of pride back in her eyes. Then let's give them hell tomorrow. We worked for several more hours, organizing our presentation for the board. Around 3 a.m., as the others were gathering their things to leave, Helen pulled me aside. "Whatever happens tomorrow," she said quietly, "I want you to know something. Brandon was wrong about you. You're not just the bitter ex-wife. You're the person who finally had the courage to stand up and say, 'Enough.'" I hugged her impulsively, surprising us both. "Thank you for everything." As Sandra drove me home in the pre-dawn darkness, I thought about Brandon's threat in Helen's office. "You have no idea what you're getting into." He was right. I hadn't known what I was getting into. But now that I was here, there was no turning back. Tomorrow would change everything, for better or worse. The hospital boardroom felt like a courtroom, with Trinity's father presiding at the head of the table like a judge. Brandon sat to his right, Trinity beside him, both wearing expressions of practiced concern. The other board members filled the remaining seats, their faces carefully neutral. Helen and I sat opposite them, our evidence spread before us like armor. The three nurses, Maria, Rachel, and Diane, waited outside, ready to testify. Eduardo had positioned himself near the door, watching everyone's reactions. "Before we begin," Trinity's father said, his voice smooth as oil, "I want to note for the record that this meeting was called under irregular circumstances. Irregular circumstances require irregular measures." Helen replied coolly. "Shall we begin with the prescription records, or would you prefer to start with the patient complaints?" Brandon shifted in his seat. I could see sweat beginning to form on his forehead. "Dr. Graham," one of the board members spoke up, "these are serious allegations. If they prove unfounded, the consequences to your career—" "They're not unfounded," I interrupted, sliding copies of our evidence across the table. "Everything in these folders is documented, verified, and witnessed." Trinity's father barely glanced at the papers. "Ms. Mitchell, given your personal situation with Dr. Mitchell, perhaps you should recuse yourself from these proceedings." "My personal situation is exactly why I'm qualified to be here," I said, standing up. "I spent 10 years watching Brandon cut corners, bend rules, and justify his actions. The only difference is now I have proof." I walked around the table, distributing more documents. "These are records of prescriptions written by Brandon for non-existent patients. The medications were diverted to private clinics owned by board member families." I paused beside Trinity's father. "Including yours, sir." The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Trinity grabbed Brandon's arm, whispering something in his ear. "This is absurd." Brandon stood up, his chair scraping back. "These allegations are clearly the product of a vindictive ex-wife and a mentor who can't accept being surpassed by her student." "Then you won't mind if we call in our witnesses?" Helen asked. She nodded to Eduardo, who opened the door for the nurses. Maria spoke first, her voice steady as she described catching Brandon falsifying post-op reports. Rachel followed with accounts of missing medications. Diane detailed how she'd been threatened with termination when she tried to report Brandon's mistakes. "Enough!" Trinity's father slammed his hand on the table. "This is nothing but hearsay and circumstantial evidence." "Actually," Eduardo stepped forward, "it's not." He pulled out his phone, playing a recording. Brandon's voice filled the room, clearly discussing prescription quantities with Trinity's father. The color drained from Brandon's face. "You recorded me? Eduardo, you were my friend." "I was your friend," Eduardo agreed, "until I realized what you were doing to our patients." Trinity stood up suddenly. "Daddy, we need to leave, now." "Sit down," her father ordered, but she was already heading for the door. "No," she said, turning back to face us all. "I'm not going down for this. I'm not losing my medical license before I even finish my residency. Brandon reached for her. Trinity, baby, wait. Don't baby me, she snapped. You promised this would never come out. You promised my father would handle it. The board members were whispering among themselves now, papers rustling as they reviewed our evidence with new interest. Dr. Mitchell, one of them said, I think it's time you and your associates stepped out while we discuss this matter. This isn't over, Trinity's father warned as he stood. You have no idea the damage you've done. No, Helen replied calmly. The damage was done when you decided profits were more important than patients. They filed out, Brandon, Trinity, and her father, leaving us with the board. For the next 2 hours, we presented our case in detail. Every prescription, every complaint, every cover-up carefully documented and explained. When we finally emerged from the boardroom, Eduardo was waiting with news. Trinity's gone, he said, cleaned out her locker and left. Word is she's already contacted a lawyer about turning state's evidence. And Brandon? I asked. Security's escorting him out now. The board called the DEA. They're on their way. I walked to the window, watching as Brandon was led to his car. He looked up, somehow sensing my presence, and our eyes met across the distance. For a moment, I saw the man I'd married. Brilliant, ambitious, and so certain he could never fail. Then he was gone, and I felt nothing. No triumph, no satisfaction, just a hollow sort of exhaustion. Helen appeared beside me. The board suspending his license pending investigation. Trinity's father has been asked to resign. What about the nurses? Protected under whistleblower statutes. They'll keep their jobs. She touched my arm gently. You did good, Jessica. We did good, I corrected. But something tells me this isn't quite over. No, Helen agreed, watching another car pull into the parking lot. This one marked with federal badges. This is just the beginning of a much bigger storm. The DEA investigation moved faster than any of us expected. Within 2 weeks, Brandon's perfect life had completely unraveled. I watched it happen from a distance, through news reports and courthouse appearances, until the morning he showed up at my door. 5 minutes, he said, his designer suit replaced by jeans and a wrinkled shirt. Please, Jessica, that's all I'm asking for. I should have shut the door in his face. Instead, I stepped aside, letting him enter the home we'd once shared. You look terrible, I observed, noting the dark circles under his eyes and his unkempt hair. Yeah, well, being indicted for drug trafficking will do that to you. He paced our living room like a caged animal. Trinity's talking to the prosecutors. Her father's fled the country. Everything I built is just gone. Everything you stole, you mean? He stopped pacing, turning to face me. I came to ask for your help. I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. Are you serious? The prosecutors respect you. If you told them I was a good doctor, that I cared about my patients. But you didn't care, Brandon. That's the point. You cared about money and status and impressing Trinity's father. I cared about us, he shouted, making me flinch. Everything I did, every corner I cut, it was to give us a better life. Us? I stepped closer, anger burning away my fear. There hasn't been an us since you decided to humiliate me at my graduation party. Remember that? While I was celebrating finally getting my degree, you were planning your exit with your girlfriend. The doorbell rang, interrupting his response. Through the window, I saw Sandra and Eduardo on the porch, looking concerned. Your timing's perfect, I called out, letting them in. Brandon was just leaving. Actually, Eduardo said, his expression grim. We came to warn you. Trinity's been found dead in her apartment. The room went silent. Brandon staggered backward, collapsing onto the couch. What? He whispered. How? Apparent overdose, Sandra said quietly. But given everything that's happening, Her father. Brandon jumped up, running his hands through his hair. He never forgave her for cooperating with the investigation. Oh God, what have I done? I watched my ex-husband crumble, all his arrogance and charm stripped away, leaving nothing but a scared man who'd played with forces he couldn't control. You need to go to the police, Eduardo said. Tell them everything you know about her father's operation. I can't. Brandon's voice cracked. He'll kill me too. He'll kill you anyway, I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. Your only chance is to tell the truth. For once in your life, Brandon, do the right thing. He looked at me then, really looked at me, perhaps for the first time in years. Will you come with me? To the police station? Part of me wanted to refuse, to let him face this alone, like he'd left me to face my humiliation alone. But a larger part remembered the young doctor I'd fallen in love with, the man who'd once wanted to help people. Fine, I said, but not for you, for Trinity, and for all the patients you hurt along the way. The drive to the police station was silent. Sandra followed in her car, while Eduardo called Helen to update her. In the passenger seat, Brandon stared out the window, looking lost. I never meant for any of this to happen, he said finally. No one ever does, I replied. But we all make choices, Brandon, and then we have to live with them. At the station, I watched from behind a glass window as Brandon gave his statement. He told them everything, about the prescription scheme, about Trinity's father's drug operation, about the threats and cover-ups. With each word, his shoulders seemed to sink lower. Helen arrived as he was finishing, pulling me into a fierce hug. Are you okay? No, I admitted, but I will be. Through the glass, I saw Brandon look up, his eyes meeting mine one last time. In that moment, I felt the last threads of our shared past finally break. You know what the worst part is? I said to Helen as we watched the officers lead Brandon away. I actually feel sorry for him. That's because you're not the person he thought you were, she replied. You're stronger than that. Outside the station, reporters were gathering, their cameras ready for the next chapter in the scandal. Sandra touched my arm gently. Ready to face them? I thought about the past few weeks, about revenge and justice, about choices and consequences, about the fine line between right and wrong. No, I said honestly. But that's never stopped me before. As we pushed through the media crowd, their questions blurring into white noise, I realized something. This wasn't the ending I'd wanted when I'd started down this path of revenge. It was messier, sadder, more complicated. But maybe that's what real justice looked like. Not a triumph, but a reckoning. The autumn breeze carried the scent of coffee from the hospital cafe as I sat with Helen, watching medical students hurry past with their textbooks and dreams. The board approved your proposal, Helen said, sliding a folder across the table. Full funding for the mentorship program. They're calling it Project Integrity. I opened the folder, scanning the official letterhead. After Brandon's conviction and Trinity's father's arrest in Monaco, the hospital had been desperate to rebuild its reputation. My idea for a program supporting ethical practices and whistleblower protection had landed on receptive ears. Have you told Sandra yet? Helen asked. She's already planning the launch event. I smiled, remembering my friend's excitement. She says we need to make it big, show everyone that things really have changed here. Speaking of change, Helen nodded toward the hospital entrance, where Eduardo was leading a tour group of new residents. He's doing well as chief of surgery. Better than well, I agreed. The nurses actually smile during rounds now. My phone buzzed. A news alert. Brandon's sentencing had been announced. 5 years with possibility of parole. Part of his plea deal included testifying against Trinity's father's entire network. You're not reading that, are you? Helen reached across and gently pushed my phone face down. Old habits, I admitted. But you're right, that chapter's over. Ms. Mitchell? A young woman approached our table, clutching a medical textbook. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to thank you. Your testimony at the medical board hearings, it inspired me to report misconduct at my previous hospital. I recognized her then, Maria's younger sister, Rachel. How did that go? They're investigating now. She straightened her shoulders. I was scared at first, but then I thought about what you said about courage being contagious. After Rachel left, Helen raised an eyebrow. Courage is contagious? I might have gotten a bit passionate during my speech. I laughed. But it's true, isn't it? Look at what happened here. First Maria and the nurses spoke up, then Trinity, then Brandon. Then the entire corrupt system came tumbling down, Helen finished, like dominoes. Dr. Graham? Eduardo approached, his tour group hovering nearby. Would you mind speaking to our new residents about the mentorship program? Helen stood, squeezing my shoulder as she passed. Coming right up. I watched as she addressed the group, her silver hair catching the sunlight. The new residents leaned forward, hanging on her every word as she described the changes we'd implemented. Anonymous reporting systems, ethical oversight committees, support networks for staff. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Sandra. Turn on the news now. I pulled up the local news website to find Trinity's father's face splashed across the screen. He'd been found dead in his Monaco hotel room. Apparent suicide. The authorities had discovered evidence linking him to drug trafficking operations in 3 other hospitals. Everything okay? Helen had returned, noting my expression. It's really over now. I showed her the article. The last domino. She sat back down, her face thoughtful. You know, when you first came to my office with that USB drive, I thought you were just another angry ex-wife looking for revenge. I was, I admitted, but somewhere along the way, it became about something bigger. It became about justice, she corrected, about doing what's right even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. A group of nurses walked past, waving to us. Among them were Maria, Rachel, and Diane, all now supervisors in their departments, their careers flourishing in the hospital's new environment. The first class of mentees starts next week, I said, changing the subject. 20 women from different departments, all interested in healthcare administration and ethics. And you'll be leading them, Helen smiled. From bitter ex-wife to whistleblower to program director, quite a journey. I thought about that journey, about the night of my graduation party, about the anger that had driven me to investigate Brandon, about the unexpected allies I'd found along the way. The revenge I'd sought had transformed into something far more meaningful. You know what's funny? I gathered my things, preparing to head to my new office. Brandon always said I was wasting my potential at that community college. Turns out, he was right about the potential part, just wrong about everything else. Helen stood with me. Ready for your first day as director? I looked around the hospital courtyard, at the medical students chasing their dreams, at the nurses walking tall with newfound confidence, at Eduardo teaching his residents about integrity as much as medicine. Actually, I smiled, I think I've been ready for this my whole life. As we walked into the hospital, I didn't see the shadows of my past anymore. Instead, I saw possibility. The possibility of change, of growth, of making a difference, not through revenge or destruction, but through building something new, something better, something that would last.
The text message from my daughter made my hands shake. Mom, I can't take it anymore. They said I'm going to hell. My name is Juliana, and until 6 months ago, I thought I was doing okay as a single mom. Sure, the divorce 3 years back had been messy, but Lexi and I had found our rhythm. Then everything changed when she came out to her father. I was in the middle of organizing our annual Pride rally when Lexi called me sobbing. Dad and Vanessa won't let me wear what I want to school, she choked out. They made me change 3 times this morning. Said I look too gay. My blood boiled. I'm coming to pick you up right now. No, Mom, please. Dad will just get angrier. I gripped my phone tighter. Put him on. Juliana, Greg's voice dripped with condescension. Don't start. We're just trying to protect her from making choices she'll regret. Choices? Like being herself? She's confused. And your activism isn't helping. I heard Vanessa in the background, her lawyer voice sharp and clear. Greg, don't engage. We've discussed this. My brother Glenn had warned me this would happen. The second Greg married that corporate shark, he'd said, I knew they'd try to control everything. Later that evening, I sat with Lexi on our worn leather couch, her head on my shoulder as she showed me the messages they'd been sending her. Each one felt like a knife to my heart. God doesn't make mistakes, Vanessa had written. You're just going through a phase. Think about your future, Greg texted. No good college will want someone who presents themselves like this. Mom? Lexi's voice was small. Why do they hate who I am? I pulled her closer. They don't hate you, baby. They hate what they don't understand. And that's their problem, not yours. My phone buzzed. It was Patricia, my best friend and fellow activist. Tell me you've seen the Facebook post, she said when I answered. What post? Greg's, about praying for confused youth. He basically outed Lexi to their entire church community. I felt the rage rise in my chest. He did what? I've got screenshots. And Juliana? It gets worse. Vanessa commented about seeking intervention for Lexi. I looked at my daughter, now curled up with her sketchbook, drawing the fierce, beautiful characters that helped her escape. She was wearing the rainbow bracelet I'd given her, though she had to hide it at her father's house. Patricia, I need a favor. Can you recommend a good family lawyer? Already on it. Remember Maria from the center? Her partner specializes in LGBTQ+ family law. I'll send you her number. That night, after Lexi went to bed, I sat at my kitchen table with a glass of wine, staring at old family photos on my phone. There was one from just 3 years ago, Greg, Lexi, and me at her middle school graduation. We were all smiling. It looked so normal, so perfect. The next photo was from last month's Pride March. Lexi, surrounded by our chosen family, beaming in her handmade Love is Love shirt. That was real happiness. That was my daughter, finally free to be herself. My brother Glenn called just as I was about to head to bed. You okay, sis? No, I admitted. I'm angry and scared. What are you going to do about it? I thought about Lexi's tears, about Greg's public shaming, about Vanessa's cold legal threats. I'm going to fight, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I'm filing for full custody. It'll get ugly, Glenn warned. Greg won't back down easily, and Vanessa knows every legal trick in the book. I don't care. They're hurting my baby. This ends now. Then you better be ready for war, Glenn said, because they'll use everything against you. Your activism, your lifestyle, your friends. Let them try. I opened my laptop and started typing an email to the lawyer Patricia recommended. Some things are worth fighting for. As I wrote, another text from Lexi lit up my phone. Mom, can you come check on me? Had a nightmare. I found her sitting up in bed, hugging her knees. Same dream? She nodded. The one where Dad locks me in my room until I turn normal. I sat on her bed, pulling her into a fierce hug. Listen to me, Lexi. You are normal. You are perfect exactly as you are. And I promise you, I will never let anyone lock away who you are. Even Dad? Especially Dad. As I held her, I knew tomorrow would bring the start of the biggest battle of my life. But looking at my daughter, strong, beautiful, and finally beginning to understand who she was, I knew it was a battle I couldn't afford to lose. The courthouse lobby felt colder than it should have for a summer morning. Lexi's hand trembled in mine as our lawyer, Diana, reviewed our strategy one last time. Remember, Diana said, straightening her blazer, let me do most of the talking. Judge Rivera is fair, but she's traditional. We need to present this carefully. Glenn appeared with coffee cups for everyone. Thought we could use some liquid courage. Thanks, I managed, though my stomach was too knotted to drink. I watched the entrance, knowing any minute Greg and Vanessa would walk through those doors. Mom? Lexi whispered. What if... The clicking of expensive heels cut her off. Vanessa strode in, Greg trailing behind her like an obedient shadow. Her designer suit probably cost more than my monthly rent. Juliana, Vanessa nodded curtly. I hope you realize this is completely unnecessary. We could have handled this privately. Like how you privately posted about my daughter on Facebook? I shot back. Diana touched my arm. Not here. Greg wouldn't even look at Lexi. He stood examining his phone as if his daughter wasn't right there, wearing her heart on her sleeve and a pride pin on her backpack. All rise, the bailiff called, and we filed into the courtroom. Judge Rivera looked exactly as Patricia had described, stern, shrewd, with reading glasses perched on her nose like tiny watchtowers. Your Honor, Vanessa began, every inch the polished attorney. This is a simple case of parental alienation. Ms. Wise has been encouraging rebellious behavior. Objection, Diana interrupted. Counsel is characterizing sexual orientation as rebellion. Sustained, Judge Rivera said. Ms. Lee, choose your words more carefully. I watched Lexi from the corner of my eye. She sat straight-backed, chin up, but I could see her fingers working anxiously at the edge of her sleeve. The morning dragged on through preliminary motions. Vanessa threw around terms like undue influence and psychological manipulation. Diana countered with documentation of Greg's social media posts and text messages. During a brief recess, Glenn pulled me aside. You're doing great, sis. But there's something you should know. I overheard Vanessa on her phone earlier. Something about bringing in a conversion therapy expert as a witness. My stomach lurched. They wouldn't dare. They would, and they are. Back in the courtroom, Lexi's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and I saw all color drain from her face. What is it? I whispered. She showed me the screen. Greg had texted, Not too late to drop this. Think about what this will do to your college applications, to your future, to our family name. Diana noticed Lexi's distress and requested another brief recess. In the hallway, Lexi finally broke down. I can't do this, she sobbed. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should just pretend. Patricia, who had been sitting quietly in the gallery for support, stepped forward. Hey, kiddo. Remember what you told me at the youth center last week? About being tired of living in other people's shadows? Lexi nodded. That girl who stood up and shared her story with 20 other scared teens? That's who you are, not what they want you to be. I watched my daughter straighten her shoulders, wiping tears with the back of her hand. You're right. When we returned, Judge Rivera had a surprise. I'd like to speak with Lexi, alone. My heart stopped. Diana squeezed my hand. This is good, she whispered. Judge Rivera wants to hear her voice. As Lexi followed the judge to her chambers, Greg finally spoke up. This is ridiculous. She's a child. She doesn't know what she wants. She knows exactly who she is, I snapped. You're the one who can't see it. Order, the bailiff warned. 20 minutes later, Lexi emerged from the judge's chambers. She was smiling, actually smiling, for the first time that day. Judge Rivera followed, her expression unreadable. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning. In the meantime, she fixed Greg and Vanessa with a stern look. All parties are to refrain from any communication with the minor. And Mr. Valdez, delete that social media post immediately. As we gathered our things, Lexi's phone buzzed again. Her face went pale. What now? I asked. It's from Vanessa, she whispered. She says she has proof that you've been taking me to inappropriate events and exposing me to dangerous influences. Glenn read the message over her shoulder and swore under his breath. They're going after your activism, Jules. They're going to try to paint you as an unfit mother. Diana overheard and stepped closer. Let them try. We have something they don't. What's that? I asked. The truth, she said simply. And tomorrow, we're going to make sure everyone hears it. Walking out of the courthouse, I held Lexi close. The battle was far from over, but watching her walk with her head high, pride pin catching the sunlight, I knew we'd already won something precious, her right to be herself. "Mom," she said as we reached the car, "I'm not afraid anymore." Neither was I. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, but for now, this was enough. The mediator's office felt like neutral ground, all beige walls and generic artwork. I arrived early, watching Vanessa through the glass door as she paced the hallway, phone pressed to her ear. "Ready?" Diana asked, arranging her files on the conference table. "As I'll ever be." Vanessa entered alone. "Greg sends his regrets. He had an unavoidable business meeting." "How convenient," I muttered. The mediator, a silver-haired woman named Rachel, began with the usual pleasantries. But something was off about Vanessa today. The sharp edges of her corporate armor seemed dulled, her usual confidence cracked. "Before we start," Vanessa said, "I'd like to speak with Juliana, privately." Diana raised an eyebrow. "I advise against—" "It's fine," I interrupted. "Let's hear what she has to say." Rachel directed us to a smaller room down the hall. As soon as the door closed, Vanessa's shoulders slumped. "You have no idea what you're doing," she said quietly. "The people you're up against—" "You mean you and Greg?" "No." She ran a hand through her perfectly styled hair. "The church, the community, the donors who fund Greg's business, they're already talking about making an example of your case." "Is that supposed to scare me?" "It should." She turned to face me. "Did you know I had a girlfriend in college?" The revelation hit like a thunderbolt. I studied her face, searching for any sign of deception. "What?" "Her name was Sarah. We were together for 2 years, then my father found out." She laughed bitterly. "He was a lot like Greg, actually. Traditional, uncompromising." "What happened?" "What do you think? I chose my career, my family, the path of least resistance." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through it. "Here." The photo showed a younger Vanessa, arm around a smiling woman with wild red hair. They looked happy, in love. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I need you to understand what you're risking. These people, they don't just disagree with you, they'll destroy you. Your reputation, your work, everything." "Like they destroyed you?" Her face hardened. "I made my choice. And now you're helping Greg make the same choice for Lexi?" "I'm trying to protect her." "By what? Teaching her to hate herself? To hide who she is?" Vanessa turned away, but not before I caught the glimmer of tears. "You don't understand the pressure Greg's under. His investors are threatening to pull out. The church board is talking about intervention programs." My phone buzzed. A text from Glenn. "Where are you? Diana needs to show you something urgent." "We should get back," I said. "Wait." Vanessa grabbed my arm. "There's something else you need to know. About Greg's past. About why he's so afraid of—" The door opened. Rachel stood there looking concerned. "Everything all right?" "Fine." Vanessa straightened, mask sliding back into place. "We're done here." Back in the main room, Diana was reviewing a document with Glenn. Her expression made my stomach drop. "What's wrong?" "They filed a motion," Glenn said. "They're requesting psychological evaluations for both you and Lexi." "They can't do that." "They can," Diana said grimly. "And there's more. They're subpoenaing records from the LGBTQ+ Center. Every event Lexi attended, every counseling session." My phone buzzed again. A message from Patricia. "SOS. Lexi just called me crying. Someone at school showed her the church's newsletter. They're using her story as a cautionary tale." "I have to go," I said, gathering my things. "My daughter needs me." Vanessa caught my eye as I headed for the door. For a moment, I saw that college girl again, the one who loved freely before the world taught her not to. "Juliana," she called after me, "whatever you hear about Greg in the next few days, remember I tried to warn you." I found Lexi at Patricia's house, curled up on the couch with a cup of tea. Patricia had already printed out the newsletter. There, in black and white, was a thinly veiled account of our family's moral crisis. "They didn't use my name," Lexi said hollowly, "but everyone knows it's me." I sat beside her, reading the hateful words through blurring eyes. "We can fight this. Add it to the lawsuit." "That's not all," Patricia said. Show her, Lexi. Lexi pulled up her phone, opened Instagram. Dozens of messages from classmates, some supportive, others cruel. But one stood out from a private account. Ask your stepmom about Sarah. Ask her what happens to girls who don't follow the rules. I thought of Vanessa's photo, of her unfinished warning about Greg's past. Something bigger was unfolding here, something beyond our custody battle. Mom, Lexi's voice was small. What are we going to do? I pulled her close, mind racing. We're going to find out the truth, all of it, and then we're going to make sure everyone else knows it too. Because now I understood, this wasn't just about custody anymore. This was about breaking a cycle of silence that had already claimed too many victims. Sarah Mitchell, Patricia announced, dropping a stack of printouts on my kitchen table. Class of 2003, same university as Vanessa, and look what I found in the campus newspaper archives. The grainy photo showed a student protest. In the front row, holding a Love Wins banner, stood Sarah, Vanessa's former girlfriend, next to a familiar face. Is that... I leaned closer. Greg? Yep, your ex-husband was quite the activist back then. Environmental causes, LGBTQ+ rights, you name it. Glenn whistled low. Well, someone had quite the change of heart. My phone lit up with a text from Diana. Meeting in 20, bringing someone you need to meet. At Diana's office, we found her with a woman about my age, dressed in business casual with short gray hair. This is Margaret, Diana said. She used to work for Greg's father. Margaret's hands fidgeted with her coffee cup. I've been following your case. When I saw Greg's name, I couldn't stay quiet anymore. What do you mean? I was there when Greg's father caught him with his boyfriend. The room went dead silent. His what? I barely recognized my own voice. Senior year of college, his father walked in on Greg and James, that was his name, in Greg's dorm room. The next day, James disappeared, transferred schools. Greg spent the summer at some spiritual retreat. When he came back, he was different, I finished, remembering how Greg had once told me he'd had a religious awakening in college. His father threatened to cut him off completely. Not just money, family, connections, everything. Greg chose security over love, just like Vanessa did. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Storage Unit 247, Riverside Complex, code 1103, go alone. That's Vanessa's handwriting, Glenn said, looking over my shoulder. Could be a trap. Or could be exactly what we need, Diana mused. Margaret, would you be willing to testify about what you saw? Margaret nodded. It's time someone stood up to the Valdez family's bullying. An hour later, I stood before Storage Unit 247, heart pounding. The code worked. Inside, a single cardboard box sat on a metal shelf. On top, a note. The truth sets us free, or so they say. The box contained photos, letters, newspaper clippings. Greg at pride rallies. Greg and James, young and in love. Vanessa's college journals. And something else. Financial records showing massive donations from Greg's father to conversion therapy programs. My phone rang. Patricia. Jules, you need to get to the youth center, now. Lexi's here and she's not okay. I found my daughter sitting with Patricia in the center's art room, tears streaming down her face. Dad came to school, she choked out. He made a scene in front of everyone. What happened? He saw my art project, the one about family acceptance. He just lost it. Started yelling about how I was embarrassing him, destroying our family's reputation. There's video, Patricia said quietly, showing me her phone. The footage was shaky but clear. Greg, red-faced, tearing down Lexi's artwork while students watched in horror. His words carried clearly, "No daughter of mine will promote this lifestyle." The principal called him in, Lexi continued. That's when he said he was sending me to this special program, to fix me. My blood ran cold, remembering the financial records I'd just found. Over my dead body. Glenn arrived minutes later with Diana. As they reviewed the video, I held Lexi, whispering promises I swore I'd keep. This changes everything, Diana said. Combined with what Margaret told us, and these documents from Vanessa, we can prove a pattern of psychological abuse. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Vanessa. Greg knows I gave you access to the storage unit. He's on his way to destroy everything. Whatever you found, I hope it was worth it. Glenn, drive to the storage unit. Now. Save what you can. On it. Diana was already typing on her laptop. I'm filing for an emergency hearing. This ends now. Lexi touched the torn remains of her artwork. Mom, can I ask you something? Anything, baby. Why do people hate themselves so much that they hurt others? I thought of Greg and Vanessa, of all the lives twisted by fear and shame. Sometimes it's easier to break others than to face what's broken inside yourself. Patricia squeezed Lexi's shoulder. But you're braver than that. You're choosing truth over comfort. My phone lit up with a photo from Glenn. Greg's car at the storage facility, Vanessa trying to block his path to the unit. It's all coming to a head, Diana said. Tomorrow's hearing will be explosive. Are you ready? I looked at my daughter, strong, resilient, refusing to hide who she was, and knew the answer. They wanted a war over family values? Let's show them what real family values look like. Because tomorrow, the truth wouldn't just set us free. It would shatter the chains that had bound too many hearts for far too long. The emergency hearing turned the courthouse into a circus. News vans lined the street, and a small crowd of protesters gathered outside, some with rainbow flags, others with religious signs. Ignore them, Diana advised as we hurried up the steps. Focus on what matters. Inside, Glenn was waiting with Margaret and Sarah. Vanessa's ex-girlfriend had flown in overnight after Glenn tracked her down. Where's Vanessa? I asked, scanning the crowded hallway. Haven't seen her, Glenn replied. But Greg's inside with his father. They brought reinforcements, some big-shot lawyer from the church's legal team. Judge Rivera's courtroom was packed. Greg sat at the defendant's table, his father's hand firmly on his shoulder like a puppet master. The empty chair beside him spoke volumes. All rise. Judge Rivera studied the room over her glasses. I understand we have new evidence warranting this emergency session. Diana stood. Yes, Your Honor. We have documentation of a systematic pattern of emotional abuse, including video evidence from yesterday's incident at the school. Objection, Greg's new lawyer shot up. This is a private family matter, which became public when Mr. Valdez chose to make a scene in a school hallway, Diana countered. We have multiple witness statements, including from faculty members. The video played on the courtroom screens. Watching Greg tear down Lexi's artwork again, hearing his venomous words, made my stomach turn. But it was his father's reaction that caught my attention. A small, satisfied smile. Furthermore, Diana continued, we have evidence that Mr. Valdez's behavior is driven by his own suppressed history and family pressure. Greg's face went white. His father's hand tightened visibly on his shoulder. The courtroom doors burst open. Vanessa strode in, makeup smeared, designer suit wrinkled. Your Honor, she announced, I need to make a statement. Ms. Lee, Judge Rivera warned, you're late and out of order. Please! Vanessa's voice cracked. This has to stop. Greg half rose. Vanessa, don't... I've spent 20 years hiding who I am, she continued, ignoring him. I've helped perpetuate the same system that almost destroyed me. And now, she looked at Lexi, I'm watching it try to destroy another young life. Greg's father stood up. This is outrageous. Your Honor, sit down, Judge Rivera ordered. Ms. Lee, continue. Vanessa pulled out her phone. I have recordings. Conversations between Greg's father and church officials, planning to send Lexi to the same conversion program they sent Greg to in college. The same program that drove 3 teenagers to suicide last year. The courtroom erupted. Judge Rivera banged her gavel repeatedly. That's a lie, Greg's father shouted. No, a quiet voice said. It's not. Everyone turned. Margaret stood up from her seat in the gallery. I worked for you for 15 years, she said to Greg's father. I watched you break your son. I watched you threaten and manipulate anyone who didn't fit your perfect image. I kept quiet then. I won't anymore. Diana handed the judge a thick folder. Financial records, Your Honor, proving the connection between Mr. Valdez Sr. and these illegal conversion programs. Greg seemed to collapse in on himself. Dad? He whispered. You promised you'd never... Not to Lexi. You weak, pathetic, his father started, but Judge Rivera's gavel cut him off. That's enough. Mr. Valdez Sr., you will remove yourself from my courtroom immediately. Officers, please escort him out. As security led Greg's father away, Sarah stepped forward. Your Honor, I'd like to testify about what these programs really do to young people. The next hour was devastating. Sarah and others shared their stories of trauma and abuse. Greg sat silent, tears streaming down his face. Vanessa moved to sit beside him, her own mask finally shattered. Mom, Lexi whispered beside me. Can I speak? I squeezed her hand. Are you sure? She nodded, standing before I could answer. Your Honor, I'd like to say something to my dad. Judge Rivera nodded gently. Go ahead, Lexi. Lexi turned to face Greg. Dad, I love you, but I won't let you or anyone else make me hate myself. I won't disappear. I won't change. And if you can't accept me as I am, then maybe you need to remember who you used to be, the person who stood up for love before fear won. Greg covered his face with his hands, shoulders shaking. Given the evidence presented, Judge Rivera announced, I'm granting immediate full custody to Juliana, with supervised visitation rights for Mr. Valdez contingent upon completion of LGBTQ+ sensitivity training and family counseling. As people began filing out, Greg approached us slowly, his father's influence visibly lifting from his shoulders. Juliana, he said softly, I'm so sorry. To both of you. I forgot who I was, who I could be. It's not me you need to apologize to, I replied, looking at our daughter. Lexi stood tall, pride pin glinting on her jacket, finally free to be herself. The healing would take time, but as we left the courthouse, stepping into the sunlight past the dispersing crowds, I knew something fundamental had shifted. Not just for our family, but for every family trapped in the shadows of fear and shame. The youth center buzzed with nervous energy. 2 weeks after the emergency hearing, Lexi was finally ready to tell her story, not just to the court, but to the world. You don't have to do this, I reminded her, as she adjusted her microphone. Local news cameras were setting up in the back of the room. Yes, I do, she said firmly. For all the kids who can't speak up yet. Patricia had organized the press conference perfectly. Rainbow flags hung alongside hand-painted signs reading, Love wins, and family means everyone. The room was packed with supporters, including several of Lexi's classmates. 5 minutes, Glenn called out, checking his watch. The back door opened. Greg slipped in quietly, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes instead of his usual business suit. Vanessa followed, carrying a small rainbow flag. Is it okay that they're here? Patricia whispered to me. Before I could answer, Lexi walked over to them. You came. Greg nodded, clearing his throat. I wanted to hear what you have to say. Really hear it this time. Diana appeared at my elbow. Heads up! Greg's father just pulled up outside with some church protesters. Should we cancel? I asked, watching Lexi. No, she said, overhearing. Let them come. Let them hear the truth, too. The cameras started rolling. Lexi stepped up to the podium, hands steady as she unfolded her prepared speech. But instead of reading it, she set it aside. My name is Lexi, she began, and this is my story. Not the version my grandfather wanted to tell. Not the cautionary tale my father's church tried to make it. My real story. The room fell silent. 2 months ago, my father ripped down my artwork because it showed 2 girls holding hands. He was afraid, not of the art, but of what it revealed about me, about him, about the walls we build to hide our truths. Greg shifted in his seat, but didn't look away. I watched my stepmother bury who she was for years. I watched my father forget the person he used to be. Someone who fought for justice, who believed in love. And I decided I wouldn't do the same. Outside, we could hear the protesters starting to chant. Lexi raised her voice slightly. To every kid sitting in their room right now, afraid to tell their parents who they are, you're not alone. To every parent choosing between their child's truth and their community's approval, choose your child. Always choose your child. Tears streamed down Vanessa's face. Greg reached for her hand. My grandfather tried to send me to a place that breaks people, makes them hate themselves. But hate isn't stronger than love. Fear isn't stronger than truth. The back doors burst open. Greg's father stood there, face red with anger. This is an abomination. Security moved to intercept him, but Lexi held up her hand. No, let him stay. He needs to hear this most of all. Her grandfather froze, caught off guard by her calm authority. You tried to break your own son, Lexi continued, looking directly at him. You almost succeeded. But love is stronger than your fear. Truth is stronger than your shame. And I'm stronger than your hatred. How dare you, he started. No. Greg stood up suddenly. How dare you, Dad? How dare you try to do to my daughter what you did to me? The room erupted in applause. News cameras swiveled between Greg and his father. You're all sick, the older man spat, but his voice wavered. The only sickness here, Vanessa said clearly, is the poison of intolerance you've been spreading for decades. Security finally escorted him out. Lexi waited for quiet before continuing. Today, I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for Sarah, who lost years of her life to fear, for my stepmother, who's finally learning to be herself again, for my father, who's choosing love over fear, even though it's hard. Greg wiped his eyes openly now. But mostly, I'm speaking for every kid who's been told they need to be fixed. You don't. You're not broken. You're beautiful and brave and worthy of love exactly as you are. The room exploded in cheers. Patricia was sobbing openly. Glenn whistled and clapped. One last thing, Lexi said. To the people who run these conversion programs, who profit from pain and shame, we're coming for you. With truth, with love, and with the law. Your time is over. As reporters began shouting questions, Greg made his way to the podium. Without a word, he hugged Lexi tightly. I'm so proud of you, he whispered, loud enough for the microphone to catch. So proud of who you are. Vanessa joined them, then me. Cameras flashed as we stood together, not a broken family, but a healing one. Later, as we cleaned up the center, Lexi found her grandfather's abandoned protest sign. She turned it over and wrote in bold letters, Love wins. What should we do with it? She asked. Keep it, I said, as a reminder that truth always comes out, that love always wins in the end. She smiled, pinning it to the wall alongside her restored artwork. Even when it takes 3 generations? Especially then. Because sometimes the greatest victory isn't just in speaking your truth, but in helping others find the courage to speak theirs too. The final hearing felt different from all the others. Maybe it was the sunlight streaming through the courthouse windows, or maybe it was the crowd of supporters filling every bench, students, parents, and activists wearing rainbow pins matching Lexi's. Nervous? Glenn asked, adjusting his tie. Not anymore, I replied, watching Greg and Vanessa enter together. They'd both resigned from the church board yesterday, a decision that had made headlines. Judge Rivera called the session to order. Before we proceed, I understand Ms. Lee has a statement? Vanessa stood, her designer suit replaced by a simple blazer and pants. Yes, Your Honor. I need to confess something. The room hushed. 10 years ago, I was part of the legal team that helped cover up 3 suicide attempts at New Dawn Conversion Center. I drafted the non-disclosure agreements. I threatened the families with lawsuits if they spoke out. Gasps rippled through the courtroom. I did it because I was afraid, because I'd been through a program like that myself, and fear becomes a habit, but not anymore. She pulled out a thick folder. These are all the documents, every case, every cover-up, every payment. Greg's father, sitting in the back row, stood up. This is a violation of attorney-client privilege. Actually, Diana interjected, since these documents reveal ongoing criminal activity, they're exempt from privilege. Mr. Valdez Sr., Judge Rivera warned, one more outburst and you'll be removed. Again. Vanessa continued, her voice stronger. I'm prepared to testify about everything I witnessed, about how these programs operate, how they target vulnerable families, how they destroy young lives in the name of healing. 2 police officers entered the courtroom quietly, taking positions near the exits. Furthermore, Vanessa pulled out her phone. I have recorded conversations with board members discussing how to hide the death of a 16-year-old participant last summer. The room erupted. Greg's father lunged forward, but security intercepted him. "You'll regret this," he shouted as they led him away. "All of you." "No," Greg stood up. "We regret staying silent for so long." Judge Rivera banged her gavel. "Order. Ms. Lee, are you prepared to face the legal consequences of your actions?" "Yes, Your Honor. Whatever it takes to make this right." "Very well. Bailiff, please take Ms. Lee's statement for the record." She turned to Greg. "Mr. Valdez, you have something to add?" Greg approached the bench, pulling out an envelope. "My resignation from my father's company and documentation of every donation they made to conversion programs. I can't undo the past, but I can help prevent more damage." From her seat beside me, Lexi squeezed my hand. "The court acknowledges these submissions," Judge Rivera said. "Now regarding the custody arrangement—" "Wait!" a voice called from the back. Sarah stood up. "There's more." She walked forward carrying a laptop. "I've been working with a survivors network. We have testimonies from over 300 people who went through these programs. Videos, journals, medical records, everything." Judge Rivera studied the evidence, her expression grave. "This goes far beyond a custody case." "That's the point, Your Honor," Diana said. "This case exposed a system of abuse that's destroyed countless lives. We're asking not just for custody reform, but for criminal investigation into these facilities." The judge nodded slowly. "I agree." She turned to the court reporter. "Contact the district attorney's office immediately and get me the attorney general on the phone." The next hour passed in a blur of legal terminology and procedural details. But one moment stood crystal clear. Judge Rivera looking directly at Lexi. "Young lady, your courage started this. Would you like to say anything before I make my final ruling?" Lexi walked to the podium, tall and confident. "Just this. No one should have to choose between their family and their truth. And no one should profit from teaching children to hate themselves." The courtroom burst into applause. Judge Rivera didn't try to stop it. "In light of all evidence presented," she announced, "I'm not only confirming full custody to Juliana, but I'm issuing an immediate injunction against all conversion therapy programs in this jurisdiction. Furthermore, I'm recommending a full federal investigation into these facilities nationwide." More applause, tears, hugs. "Mom!" Lexi threw herself into my arms. "We did it!" Greg joined us, looking both relieved and haunted. "I'm so sorry it took me so long to stand up to him." "You did it when it mattered most," Lexi said, hugging him too. Vanessa approached more hesitantly. "They're taking my statement now. I might face disbarment, maybe worse." "You did the right thing," I told her. "Finally," she smiled sadly. Better late than never. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. But it was the group of teenagers wearing rainbow pins who caught Lexi's attention. "Thank you," one girl said, crying. "My parents were talking about sending me to New Dawn next month. Now they can't." Lexi hugged her tight. "You're perfect exactly as you are." Glenn appeared with Patricia, both grinning. "Ready to go? The youth center's throwing a celebration." As we walked down the courthouse steps, past the news vans and gathered crowd, I saw Greg's father being led to a police car in handcuffs. He looked small now, his power stripped away by truth. "Mom?" Lexi linked her arm through mine. "What happens next?" I looked at our unlikely alliance. Greg, Vanessa, Sarah, all the survivors and supporters gathered around us. "Now," I said, "we make sure this never happens to another child again." Because sometimes justice isn't just about winning a case. Sometimes it's about changing the world. The autumn breeze carried the sound of laughter from the youth center's garden, where Lexi and her friends were hanging pride flags for the grand reopening. The building had doubled in size, funded by the settlement money from the conversion therapy lawsuit. "Need any help?" Greg called from the sidewalk, carrying a box of supplies. "Dad, you came!" Lexi rushed to hug him. She was wearing the Love Wins t-shirt she'd designed for the center's new logo. "Wouldn't miss it," he smiled, setting down the box. "Though I wasn't sure I'd be welcome." "Everyone who chooses love over hate is welcome here," Patricia said, emerging from the building. "Those are the new rules." Inside, volunteers arranged chairs for the evening's support group meeting. Sarah was setting up a display of survivor stories, photos, letters, and artwork from across the country. The wall behind her showcased newspaper headlines about the nationwide investigation and subsequent closures of conversion programs. "Look what came," Glenn announced, waving a letter. "The governor signed the ban into law this morning. No more conversion therapy in our state, ever." Applause erupted. Vanessa, who'd been organizing resource pamphlets, wiped away tears. "You okay?" I asked her. "Better than okay." She straightened her community counselor badge. After surrendering her law license, she'd found her true calling helping LGBTQ+ youth. "For the first time in my life, I feel free." The door chimed. A teenage boy entered hesitantly, his father hovering behind him. Is this where the parent support group meets?" the father asked. "Right this way." Greg stepped forward. "I lead that group now. First time?" The man nodded. "My son just came out. I don't want to make the same mistakes my father made, but I don't know where to start." "Start by listening," Greg said gently. "That's what I learned the hard way." As they talked, Lexi tugged my sleeve. "Mom, come see what we did with the art room." The formerly plain space had been transformed. Rainbow-painted walls displayed artwork from local LGBTQ+ youth. In the center stood Lexi's restored piece from school, the one Greg had torn down, now framed and spotlighted. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sarah appeared beside us. "The truth always finds its way into the light." "Speaking of truth," Lexi said, "Grandpa sent another letter from prison." My stomach tightened. What did he want? "To apologize," he says, "but also to justify everything he did." She pulled out the envelope. "I'm not going to read it. Some people choose hate until the end." "And that's their loss," I hugged her close. The center filled with people as evening approached. Teenagers, parents, allies, all gathering for the reopening ceremony. Even Judge Rivera came, wearing a rainbow pin on her robes. "Before we cut the ribbon," Patricia announced, "someone has a few words to share." Lexi took the microphone, looking out at the crowd. So different from the scared girl who'd texted me about going to hell just months ago. "When I was little, I thought family meant blood. Then I thought it meant whoever shared your last name. Now I know. Family means people who love you exactly as you are." She gestured around the room. "Look at us, former enemies turned allies, strangers turned supporters, people who chose love over fear, truth over comfort, courage over silence. That's family." Greg stood with Vanessa, both nodding through tears. "This center isn't just a building. It's a promise that no child will face rejection alone. No parent will struggle without support. No one will have to choose between being loved and being themselves." The crowd cheered. In the back, I saw the teenage boy lean against his father, who wrapped an arm around him. My grandfather tried to break our family with hate. Instead, he showed us how to build a stronger one with love. So this ribbon cutting isn't just opening a building, it's opening our hearts. To truth, to healing, to hope. As Lexi cut the rainbow ribbon, the room erupted in celebration. Greg hugged her tight, whispering something that made her laugh. Vanessa and Sarah stood hand in hand, their past pain transformed into purpose. Glenn appeared with cake, Patricia started the music, and the center came alive with joy. "Mom," Lexi found me in the crowd. "Thank you for fighting for me. For us. Always," I promised. "And Mom? I've been thinking, maybe we should write our story, help other families find their way through the dark." I watched Greg leading his support group, Vanessa counseling a nervous parent, Sarah sharing hope with survivors. All the broken pieces of our journey had formed something beautiful. "You're right," I said. "Stories have power. They can break chains, open hearts, change lives." "Like ours did?" "Like ours continues to do." Because that's the thing about truth. It doesn't just set you free. It shows others the way to freedom too. And sometimes, the families we build from the ashes of what was lost shine brighter than the ones we were born into. That's not just justice. That's magic.
The day my sister Laura told me I wasn't really family because I'd never married was also the day I remembered what Grandma Isabel had whispered to me on her deathbed. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My name is Peyton, and until last Tuesday, I thought being a successful architect at 34 meant I had my life together. I was wrong. "You can't be serious," I said, staring at the papers Laura had thrust into my hands. We were sitting in her pristine kitchen, the afternoon sun streaming through windows I'd actually designed for her renovation last year. "You're cutting me out of your will because I'm single?" Laura smoothed her silk blouse, a gesture she'd perfected over years of delivering uncomfortable truths. "It's not just about being single, Peyton. It's about legacy, family. When I'm gone, I want my assets going to people who understand the importance of carrying on our traditions." "I'm your sister." My voice cracked. "How does my marital status change that?" "Look around you." Laura gestured to the family photos lining her walls. "Wilfred and I have built something here. What have you built besides other people's houses?" The familiar ache of never quite measuring up burned in my chest. "I've built a career, a life. Just because it doesn't fit your cookie-cutter version of success." "Don't start." Laura cut me off. "Mom agrees with me. You're 34, Peyton. No husband, no kids, not even a serious relationship since that disaster with Marcus 3 years ago." I stood up so quickly my chair scraped against the tile. "Leave Marcus out of this. And Mom? Of course she agrees with you. She's been planning our wedding since we were in diapers. She just wants what's best for us," Laura said, her voice softening in that patronizing way that made me want to scream. Remember what Grandma Isabel always said about family being everything? That's when it hit me. Grandma Isabel's last words, whispered to me alone in that hospital room 6 months ago. The truth about our family, in my blue box, would change everything. I'd forgotten about it until now, dismissed it as the ramblings of a woman on morphine. But Grandma had been lucid that day, her eyes sharp as she'd gripped my hand. "You know what?" I said, gathering my purse. "Grandma Isabel also taught me that family isn't just about who you marry. It's about who you love." Laura rolled her eyes. "Don't dramatize this. It's a practical decision." "Practical?" I laughed, but it came out hollow. "Was it practical when I stayed up 3 nights straight redesigning your kitchen for free? When I helped Wilfred plan your surprise anniversary party? When I—" "Peyton." Wilfred's voice came from the doorway, making us both jump. He stood there awkwardly, briefcase in hand. "I didn't know you were coming over." "I was just leaving," I said, brushing past him. "Apparently I'm not family enough to stick around." "Laura," I heard him say behind me. "What did you do?" I was halfway to my car when Laura called after me. "You're being childish. This is exactly why—" I spun around. "Why what? Why I don't deserve to be acknowledged as your sister?" "You know what's childish? Thinking that a piece of paper and a white dress somehow make you more worthy of family." "That's not what this is about." "Then what is it about?" I demanded, keys cutting into my palm as I clenched them. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're punishing me for living my life differently than yours." Laura's face flushed. "I'm protecting our family's values." "Values?" I scoffed. "Like what Grandma Isabel valued." Something flickered across Laura's face. Uncertainty. Maybe fear. "What's that supposed to mean?" I thought about the blue box, about Grandma's secret, and suddenly I knew exactly what I needed to do. "Nothing," I said, getting into my car. "Nothing at all. Yet." As I drove away, I called Cousin Rosie. She answered on the second ring. "Remember when you said you'd help me go through Grandma's things?" I asked, turning onto the highway. "I need that help now." "Finally!" Rosie exclaimed. "I've been waiting for you to ask. When?" I checked my rearview mirror, half expecting to see Laura following me. "Tonight. There's something specific we need to find. A blue box." "Does this have anything to do with Laura?" Mom mentioned she was making changes to her will. "Let's just say," I replied, a plan already forming in my mind, that Grandma Isabel might have left us the key to changing everything. As I headed home, I couldn't shake the memory of Grandma's knowing smile that last day, or the way she'd squeezed my hand 3 times, our secret code for I love you since I was little. She'd known this day would come, known I'd need her help one last time. Well, Laura wanted to talk about family legacy. I was about to show her exactly what that meant. As we take a brief pause, we'd love to know where you're watching from today. Drop your location in the comments below. Now, back to our story. That's the 3rd box of letters we've gone through. Rosie sighed, brushing dust from her jeans. Still no sign of anything blue. We sat cross-legged in my grandmother's attic, surrounded by decades of family history. The space smelled of cedar and old paper, and the setting sun cast long shadows through the single window. It has to be here somewhere, I said, pulling another box closer. Grandma Isabel wouldn't have mentioned it if... I stopped mid-sentence, lifting out a yellowed envelope. What is it? Rosie scooted closer. Look at the date. I turned the envelope over. 1952. And it's addressed to my dearest Isabella, not Isabel. Rosie frowned. I thought Grandma always went by Isabel. She did. I carefully opened the envelope, its seal long since weakened by time. Inside was a photograph that made my breath catch. Rosie, look at this. The black and white image showed a younger version of my grandmother, but she wasn't alone. A striking woman stood beside her, their hands clasped tightly together. They were both laughing at something off camera, looking more carefree than I'd ever seen in our family albums. Who's that with her? Rosie asked, taking the photo for a closer look. No idea, but check out what's written on the back. Rosie flipped it over. Isabella and Maria, Florence. That's all it says. I've never heard of any Maria, I said, digging deeper into the box. And why Florence? Our family didn't move to Italy until... Peyton? A voice called from downstairs. Are you up there? I froze. Mom? Footsteps creaked on the stairs, and moments later, my mother's face appeared through the attic hatch. What are you two doing here? Laura called me. She's worried sick about... She stopped, eyes fixing on the photograph in Rosie's hands. Mom? I watched her face pale. Do you know who Maria is? She climbed the rest of the way up, moving with unusual hesitation. Where did you find that? In this box of letters. Mom, what's going on? She sat down heavily on an old trunk. I never thought... Your grandmother made me promise never to tell anyone. Tell anyone what? Rosie and I asked in unison. Mom reached for the photo, hands trembling slightly. Maria was... She was your grandmother's first love, before she met your grandfather. The attic fell silent except for the distant sound of traffic outside. First love? I repeated. You mean, they met in Florence when your grandmother was studying art. It was a different time, you understand. These things weren't... accepted. Holy shit, Rosie whispered. I thought about all the times Grandma Isabel had defended me when Laura or Mom criticized my lifestyle choices, the knowing looks she'd give me during family dinners when marriage came up. Did Grandpa know? Mom nodded slowly. He knew. He loved your grandmother enough to give her away to be part of both worlds. They had an understanding. Does Laura know any of this? No one knows except me, and now you two. Mom looked at me sharply. Whatever you're thinking, Peyton. I'm thinking about family. I cut in. About how Grandma lived with this secret her whole life because of traditional values. The same values Laura's using to push me away. That's different. Mom protested, but her voice lacked conviction. Is it? I stood up, renewed purpose flooding through me. Where's the blue box, Mom? The one Grandma mentioned before she died? She blinked. How do you know about that? She told me to find it. Said it would change everything. Mom was quiet for a long moment, then... It's not here. It's in Tuscany, in the old family villa. She left it there last summer before... She didn't finish the sentence. Then that's where I'm going. I pulled out my phone, already searching for flights. Peyton, wait. Mom grabbed my arm. There are things in that box. Letters, documents, things that could hurt people. Or heal them, I countered. Don't you think it's time our family stopped hiding who we really are? Rosie stood up. I'm coming with you. You can't just fly off to Italy, Mom protested. Watch me. I showed her my phone screen. There's a flight tomorrow night. Perfect timing, too. Laura's planning that big family gathering at the villa next month, isn't she? Peyton. Mom's voice held a warning note. Don't use this to get back at your sister. This isn't about revenge, Mom. It's about truth. About showing Laura that family is more than her narrow definition of it. I tucked the photograph into my pocket. Grandma understood that. Maybe it's time everyone else did too. Mom looked between us, then sighed deeply. The key, she said finally. You'll need the key to open it. I'll get it for you. As she disappeared down the attic stairs, Rosie turned to me. You know this could blow up in our faces, right? I thought about Laura's dismissive words, about Grandma's secret love, about all the ways our family had twisted itself to fit into acceptable shapes. Maybe it needs to blow up, I said. Maybe that's the only way to build something real. Back in my studio, I spread the old photograph across my drafting table, studying every detail under the bright work lights. My fingers traced the outline of Isabella and Maria, their joy radiating through time. This is it, I muttered, grabbing my sketchbook. The idea had been forming since we left the attic, and now it poured onto the page in swift, sure strokes. My phone buzzed. Laura's name flashed on the screen. Ignore. Another buzz. Rosie this time. I answered immediately. You need to check your email, she said without preamble. Someone sent us something interesting. I pulled up my laptop, clicking on the new message from an anonymous address. The subject line read, About Isabella and Maria. Holy shit, I breathed, scanning the contents. Are you seeing this? The part about them living together in Florence for 3 years? Or the part about the secret art gallery they ran? My hands shook as I clicked through the attached photos. More images of Grandma and Maria, newspaper clippings about their gallery, letters I couldn't quite read in Italian. Who sent this? I wondered aloud. No idea, but there's more. They're saying Maria's family still owns property in Florence, just blocks from our family villa. I grabbed a fresh sheet of paper, sketching faster now. Rosie, I know exactly what we're going to do. Why do I feel nervous when you say that? Because you know me too well. I stepped back, examining my rough design. I'm going to create a mural for the villa, right in the main hall where Laura's planning her precious family gathering. A mural of what? Our real family history, not the sanitized version we've been fed. I started adding details to the sketch. I'll use architectural elements to tell the story. The Florence Gallery's facade, the villa's original structure, all of it woven together with their story. Laura will lose her mind. Maybe. Or maybe she'll finally understand what family really means. My pencil moved faster. I'm thinking 3 panels, floor to ceiling. The first showing Grandma's early life in Florence, the second depicting her time with Maria, and the third... The third? The third showing our family as it really is. All of us. No masks, no pretense. Rosie was quiet for a moment. You know this is either brilliant or completely insane, right? Sometimes they're the same thing. I added final touches to the sketch. Can you translate these letters? My Italian's not good enough. Already on it. But Peyton? What if this anonymous person is trying to cause trouble? My phone buzzed again. Another email. This time with a single line. Check the basement of the gallery at Via Romano 24. Bring the key. They're trying to help us, I said firmly. They must have known Grandma or Maria, or they're catfishing us into some weird Italian scam. I laughed despite myself. That's oddly specific paranoia. A knock at my studio door made me jump. I opened it to find my mother standing there looking uncomfortable. Mom? She held out a small, ornate key. I thought about what you said. About truth. Her hand trembled slightly. Your grandmother. She was the strongest person I knew, but she was also the loneliest sometimes. I took the key, feeling its weight. Why didn't you ever tell us? Because I thought I was protecting you. All of you. She glanced at my drafting table, eyes widening at the sketches. What are you planning? Something Grandma would have wanted. I showed her the design. A way to tell her story. Our story. Mom traced the lines with her finger. She always said you got her artistic eye. She paused. Laura called me again. She's worried you're going to do something rash. Like tell the truth. Like hurt the family. The family's already hurt, Mom. We just pretend it isn't. I gestured to the anonymous email. Look at this. Someone out there knows our history better than we do. Doesn't that bother you? She read the email, her face paling. Via Romano 24? That was their gallery. Maria's family sold it years ago, but... But what? But your grandmother kept paying the rent. Every year until she died. Mom looked up at me. I never knew why. My phone buzzed one more time. Another anonymous message. Time is running out. The truth won't wait forever. I'm flying out tomorrow, I told Mom, with or without anyone's blessing. She studied my face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Your grandmother would be proud of you, you know. She always said you were the one who saw things clearly. I hugged her, breathing in her familiar perfume. Will you help me? With the mural? She stepped back, wiping her eyes. I'll do better than that. I'll tell you everything I know about Isabella and Maria, starting with why they really opened that gallery. I grabbed my sketchbook, ready to capture every detail. As Mom began to speak, I could almost hear Grandma's voice in my head. The truth about our family would change everything. She was right, and I was about to prove it. The gallery wasn't just a gallery, Mom said, pacing my studio. It was their cover story. I looked up from my sketchbook. Cover story for what? For helping people escape. She sat down heavily on my work stool. In the 1950s, Italy wasn't kind to anyone who was different. Your grandmother and Maria used the gallery's basement to hide people, help them find safe passage to other countries. My pencil stopped moving. They were running an underground railroad? Of sorts. They called it the Rainbow Path. The art sales funded everything. Travel documents, bribes, whatever it took. A sharp knock interrupted us. Laura burst in before I could answer. What are you doing? She demanded, waving her phone. Why are people sending me strange emails about Grandma? Mom stood up quickly. Laura, calm down. Calm down? Someone's spreading lies about our grandmother. She turned to me. This is your doing, isn't it? Some twisted revenge because I hurt your feelings? I met her glare. They're not lies, Laura. Mom was just telling me. Mom? Laura spun around. You're involved in this? Sit down, Mom said firmly. Both of you. It's time you heard the whole story. Laura remained standing. I don't want to hear any stories. I want this stopped. Like you stopped considering me family? I shot back. That's different. Is it? I grabbed the original photograph. Look at this. Really look at it. Laura snatched the photo, then froze. This can't be real. It's real, Mom said softly. That's your grandmother with Maria. They ran an art gallery together in Florence, and they helped people escape persecution. No? Laura shook her head. Grandma was married to Grandpa. She was normal. Normal? I stood up so fast my chair toppled. Define normal, Laura. Because from what Mom's telling us, Grandma was a hero who saved lives while hiding who she really was. She married Grandpa to protect herself and Maria, to keep their work going. You're making this up, Laura whispered, but her voice wavered. The blue box? Mom said suddenly. In the villa's basement. It has everything. Letters, documents, lists of people they helped. Your grandmother wanted you both to know eventually. She just ran out of time. Laura sank into my chair. Why didn't she tell us? Because of people like you, I said, then immediately regretted my tone. Because she was afraid of being judged, of being cut off from her family. Sound familiar? Tears welled in Laura's eyes. That's not fair. None of this is fair. I softened my voice. But it's true. And I'm going to tell her story, Laura. All of it. The mural, Mom explained. Peyton's designing it for the villa. You can't, Laura protested. The family gathering is exactly when it needs to happen. I showed her my sketches. Look at this design. It's not just about Grandma and Maria. It's about all of us. Every secret, every struggle, every triumph. Our real family legacy. Laura studied the drawings, her hands trembling slightly. Dad will never allow it. Wilfred knows more than you think, Mom said quietly. He and your grandmother were close. Why do you think he always defended Peyton? Laura's head snapped up. What? He understood, I realized aloud. He knew about Grandma? Mom nodded. They used to talk for hours, about acceptance, about love, about what family really means. Laura stood abruptly. I need air. Laura, wait. Mom called, but she was already gone. I moved to follow, but Mom caught my arm. Give her time. This is a lot to process. We don't have time, I said, showing her the latest anonymous email. Whoever's helping us says there's more evidence in the gallery basement, but we need to hurry. Something about the building being sold. Mom reached into her purse and pulled out an envelope. Then you'll need this. Inside was a plane ticket to Florence. Mom, I bought it this afternoon. Your flight leaves tomorrow morning. She handed me another ticket. This one's for Rosie. I already called her mother. What about Laura? Let me handle Laura. Mom touched my cheek. Just promise me something? What? When you find what's in that basement, be gentle with how you share it. The truth can heal, but it can also hurt if wielded like a weapon. I thought about Laura's tears, about Grandma's lifetime of secrets, about the people she and Maria had helped. I promise, I said. But Mom, why did Grandma keep paying the rent on that gallery all these years? Mom smiled sadly. That's one mystery I never solved. But knowing your grandmother, there's a reason. There was always a reason. I picked up the old photograph again, studying the way Grandma and Maria looked at each other. Whatever I found in that basement, whatever secrets were still hidden, one thing was clear. Our family's story was far from over, and I was about to uncover its most important chapter. This can't be the right place, Rosie said, staring at the crumbling facade of Via Romano 24. The once grand gallery entrance was now hidden behind graffiti-covered plywood. Florence buzzed around us, tourists and locals weaving through the narrow streets, oblivious to our mission. The summer heat pressed down like a heavy blanket. The address matches, I said, pulling out Grandma's key. Help me find a way in. We circled the building, finding a side door partially hidden by overgrown ivy. The key slid in perfectly. I can't believe we're breaking and entering in broad daylight, Rosie whispered as we slipped inside. It's not breaking and entering if you have a key. Pretty sure that's not how Italian law works. Our phone flashlights revealed a space frozen in time. Dust-covered frames leaned against walls. Empty pedestals stood like ghosts in the gloom. The basement, I said, spotting a door behind an old desk. That's where the email said to look. The stairs creaked ominously as we descended. The basement was larger than expected, with several rooms branching off a main area. Over here, Rosie called from one corner. There's something carved in the wall. I joined her, running my fingers over the faint markings. It's a rainbow. The rainbow path, Rosie breathed. Your mom was right. A metallic glint caught my eye. Behind a loose brick, something blue peeked out. The box, I said, carefully extracting it. Grandma's blue box. My hands shook as I inserted the key. Inside, dozens of letters spilled out, along with photographs, documents, and a small leather-bound journal. Peyton? Rosie said, reading one of the letters. These aren't just from the 50s. The newest one is dated last year. What? She handed me the letter. The handwriting was shaky but familiar. My dearest Isabella, I read aloud. Another year has passed and still I keep our secret. The gallery remains safe, though I fear its days are numbered. The developers grow more insistent. Perhaps it's time to tell them, your granddaughters. They deserve to know how many lives we saved, how many families we kept together. Especially Peyton. She reminds me so much of you. With eternal love, Maria. Maria's still alive? Rosie gasped. Before I could respond, a voice spoke from the shadows. See, she is. We spun around. An elderly woman stood at the foot of the stairs, leaning on a cane. I've been waiting for you, she said in accented English. Though I must admit, I expected you sooner. You're Maria, I whispered. She nodded, moving closer. And you are Isabella's granddaughter, the architect, the one who sees truth. You sent the emails? My grandson did. I can barely work a telephone. She smiled, and suddenly I could see the woman from the photograph. But the messages were from me. Why now? I asked. Why tell us after all this time? Maria lowered herself onto an old chair. Because this building will be demolished next month. Our sanctuary, our history, it cannot disappear without witness. The people you helped? Rosie said. What happened to them? Many thrived. Started families, built lives. Maria gestured to the walls. Their stories are here in these bricks. Every rainbow mark represents a soul saved. I counted at least 30 marks. And Grandma? Did she... I struggled to find the words. Did she love your grandfather? Yes, in her way. He was a good man who understood love comes in many forms. Maria's eyes grew distant. But Isabella and I, we had a different love, one that changed lives. Including mine, a new voice said. We all turned. Laura stood on the stairs, looking shell-shocked. How did you... I started. Mom told me where you'd be. She descended slowly. I followed you from the airport. Maria studied her. Ah, the traditional one. Isabella worried about you most. Laura flinched. She did? She feared you would let rules become more important than love. Maria held out her hand. Come, let me show you something. She led us to a small room off the main basement. Inside, hundreds of photographs covered the walls. Wedding pictures, baby announcements, graduation ceremonies. Every person we saved, Maria explained. Every family that flourished because we dared to love differently. Laura touched one of the photos. These people found happiness by being true to themselves. I finished softly. Just like Grandma wanted for all of us. Tears rolled down Laura's cheeks. I've been so wrong. About everything. Maria took both our hands. Isabella kept this place. Paid the rent all these years because she believed someday her family would need to understand. That love, all love, deserves to be remembered. I looked at my sister, seeing real understanding in her eyes for the first time. Help me tell their story, I said. Help me make the mural something Grandma would be proud of. Laura squeezed my hand. Yes, she whispered. It's time our family knew the truth. A little higher on the left, I called out, directing the workers positioning the first panel of my mural. The villa's main hall echoed with activity as we raced to complete the installation before the family gathering. Laura appeared beside me, carrying 2 cups of espresso. The colors are perfect. They match the original gallery's facade exactly. Maria helped with that. I accepted the coffee gratefully. She remembered every detail. 3 weeks had passed since our discovery in the basement. We'd spent every day since then working on the mural, with Maria sharing stories that brought each panel to life. Speaking of Maria, Laura said, have you told her about tomorrow night? Not yet. I'm worried it might be too much for her. She's stronger than you think. Laura smiled. like someone else I know. The sound of breaking glass made us both jump. One of the workers had dropped a frame, sending shards skittering across the marble floor. Careful! I rushed over. Those photographs are irreplaceable. Sorry, Senora. He apologized, helping me gather the scattered images, copies from Maria's wall of saved families. Everything okay? Wilfred's voice boomed from the doorway. He crossed the hall, taking in the nearly completed mural. This is incredible, Peyton. You knew, didn't you? Laura asked her husband. About Grandma and Maria? He nodded. Isabel told me years ago. Said she saw something in me that reminded her of her Giovanni. Someone who understood love doesn't always follow rules. Why didn't you tell me? Wasn't my story to tell, honey. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Besides, you needed to learn this lesson your own way. My phone buzzed. A message from Rosie. Maria's granddaughter just called. We might have a problem. What now? I muttered, stepping away to call her back. Maria's not feeling well, Rosie explained. She's thinking about skipping tomorrow night. No, she can't. The whole point is to bring everyone together, to show the family. I know, but she's nervous. Says it might be too much drama for an old lady. I glanced at the mural, at the panel showing Maria and Grandma in their gallery, young and fearless. Text me her address. I'm going over there. Now? But the installation? Laura can handle it. I hung up and turned to my sister. Can you finish directing the workers? There's something I need to do. She must have seen the determination in my face because she just nodded. Go. I've got this. 30 minutes later, I stood outside Maria's apartment in central Florence, catching my breath after climbing 4 flights of stairs. Before I could knock, the door opened. I wondered how long it would take you to come, Maria said, eyes twinkling. Come in, stubborn one. Her apartment was small but elegant, filled with art and memories. She led me to a balcony overlooking the city. Beautiful, isn't it? She said, pouring 2 glasses of wine. Isabella and I used to sit here and dream of a world where we could love openly. That world exists now, I said, thanks partly to what you both did. Perhaps. She sipped her wine. But some things never change. Family judgment, societal pressure, which is exactly why you need to come tomorrow night. I pulled out my phone, showing her photos of the mural. Look what we've created. Your story, Grandma's story, the stories of everyone you helped. It's all there. And you think this will change minds? I think it already has. Laura's different now. She's trying to understand, to make amends. Maria studied me over her glass. You remind me so much of Isabella at your age. So certain you can fix everything. Maybe I can't fix everything, but I can honor what you built. I took her hand. Please come. Let the family see you're not just some secret from the past. You're part of our story. She was quiet for a long moment, looking out over Florence's rooftops. You know what your grandmother's favorite saying was? What? Courage isn't about being fearless. It's about being scared and doing it anyway. She squeezed my hand. Very well. I will come. Really? On one condition. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I get to bring the wine. That family of yours sounds like they could use a good Tuscan red. I hugged her, breathing in her familiar perfume, the same one I'd noticed in some of Grandma's old scarves. My phone buzzed again. Laura had sent a photo of the completed mural installation with a message. Mom's crying. The good kind of crying. Get back here. Come on, I said to Maria. Let's go see it together. The workers are almost done, and I want you to make sure we got every detail right. As we descended the stairs, Maria hummed an old Italian song. You know, she said, Isabella always said the truth would set us free. I think she'd be proud to see it finally happening. Tomorrow night, I promised. Everyone will know exactly how proud they should be. But as we stepped into the warm Tuscan evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still missing something crucial. Some final piece of the puzzle that would make everything clear. The villa's main hall buzzed with conversation as family members gathered from across Italy and America. Aunts, uncles, cousins, some I hadn't seen in years, all mingling beneath the covered mural. "When can we see it?" My young cousin Sophia tugged at my sleeve. "Mom says it's about great-grandma Isabel. Soon," I promised, checking my phone again. No messages from Maria. Laura appeared at my elbow. "She'll be here. Stop worrying." "Easy for you to say. You're not about to blow up decades of family history." "No, we're about to restore it." She handed me a glass of wine. "Mom's keeping the older generation distracted with photo albums. Perfect timing for—" The room fell silent as Maria entered, leaning on her grandson's arm. She wore an elegant blue dress that somehow made her look both fragile and formidable. Aunt Teresa dropped her wine glass. "Madonna Santa. Is that—" "Impossible," Uncle Robert whispered. "She looks just like—" Mom stepped forward, taking Maria's hands. "Welcome home," she said simply. Maria smiled. "It's been too long, little Sadie." The tension broke as dozens of questions erupted at once. I caught Laura's eye and nodded. She clinked her glass for attention. "Everyone," she called out. "If you'll gather round, my sister has something to share." I moved to the center of the room, heart pounding. Many of you knew our grandmother Isabel as a traditional Italian wife and mother, but there was so much more to her story. Our family's story. I gestured to the covered mural. "Tonight, we honor the truth." At my signal, Rosie and Wilfred pulled the sheets away. Gasps echoed through the hall as the 3 panels were revealed. The first showed young Isabella and Maria in their gallery, surrounded by hidden doorways and rainbow symbols. The second depicted the families they'd saved, their faces emerging from darkness into light. The third showed our family as it truly was. Every generation, every love story, every triumph and struggle. "Dio mio," Aunt Teresa breathed. "The gallery. I remember Papa talking about it." "Your father was one of our helpers," Maria said, moving closer to the mural. "He kept our secret, helped us forge documents." Uncle Robert stepped forward. "But you and Isabel, were you in love?" Maria's voice was clear and strong. "Yes, and your brother Giovanni loved us both enough to help us continue our work. The people we helped," I added, "were like us. Different. Afraid. Looking for acceptance." I touched the second panel. "Every face here represents a family that flourished because 2 women were brave enough to create a safe haven." "But why keep it secret so long?" someone asked. "Because some truths need time to be heard," Laura said, surprising me. "Sometimes we're not ready to see what's right in front of us." She looked at me. "Sometimes we hurt the people we love because we're afraid of what's different." Silence fell as everyone absorbed the images, the stories, the truth finally unveiled. Then Sophia spoke up. "Is that why you changed your will, Aunt Laura?" All eyes turned to my sister. She flushed but stood straighter. "Yes, I was wrong to judge what makes a family. Grandma Isabel and Maria showed us that all love, creates family." Maria moved to stand beside me, touching the mural gently. "Isabella wanted you all to know eventually, but she worried it would tear the family apart. Instead," Mom said, "it's bringing us together." Suddenly, Maria's grandson rushed forward. "Nonna, your medicine." Maria wavered and I caught her arm. "Are you okay?" She smiled weakly. "Just tired, dear, but there's one more thing." She pulled an envelope from her purse. "Isabella left this with me. Said to open it when the truth finally came out." My hands trembled as I took it. Inside was a deed and a letter. "The gallery," I read aloud. "She left the gallery to all of us?" "Read the letter," Maria urged. "My dear family," I began. "If you're reading this, it means you finally know our story. The gallery was never just a business. It was a sanctuary. Now it's yours. Make it a place where truth can live in the light, where love in all its forms can flourish. The rainbow path never truly ended. It just changed direction. With eternal love, Isabella. Tears flowed freely now, not just mine, but across generations of our family. Even Uncle Robert, who'd never cried in his life, wiped his eyes. "So," Laura said, her voice thick with emotion, "who's ready to save a historic building from developers?" Laughter mixed with tears as family members began sharing ideas, memories, hopes for the future. Maria squeezed my hand. "You did it, Kara. You brought the truth into the light." "We did it," I corrected, watching my family come together in a way I'd never seen before. All of us. But as I looked at Maria's tired smile, I realized this wasn't quite the end. There was still one more truth waiting to be told. "We need to talk," I said to Laura as the family celebration wound down. The villa's garden was quiet except for crickets and distant laughter from inside. "About Maria?" She settled onto a stone bench. "I noticed too. She's not well, is she?" I shook my head. "Her grandson told me it's heart failure. She's been holding on for this, to see the truth come out, like Grandma did." Laura's voice cracked. "That's why she told you about the blue box when she did." "Exactly. And now—" I pulled out my phone, showing Laura the gallery blueprints I'd been working on. "I have an idea, but I need your help." She studied the plans. "A community center?" "More than that. Look at the design. It honors the original gallery's architecture but adds modern elements. Meeting spaces, counseling rooms, art studios. A place where people can still find acceptance, still get help." "The rainbow path reimagined," Laura mused. "But this would take serious money." "That's where you come in." I took a deep breath. "You're the financial wizard of the family. Help me make this work?" Before she could answer, Mom appeared in the garden doorway. "Girls, Maria's asking for you both." We found Maria in the library looking frail but peaceful in an armchair. Family photos spread across her lap. "Ah, my architects of truth." She smiled. "Sit with me. There's something you should see." She handed me a photograph I hadn't noticed before. It showed Grandma Isabel holding a baby with Maria beside her. "That's Mom," Laura gasped. Maria nodded. "Isabella and we didn't just save other families. We created our own. Sadie, your mother, was our daughter." "What?" I stared at Mom, who was crying softly by the doorway. "But how—" "Giovanni agreed to be listed as her father," Maria explained. "It was the only way back then, but Isabella and I raised her together in our own way." "Why didn't you tell us?" Laura asked Mom. "I didn't know myself until I was older," Mom said, joining us. "And by then, the habit of secrecy was so ingrained." "But now," Maria said firmly, "no more secrets. No more hiding. That's why I need you both to promise me something." "Anything," we said in unison. "The gallery, make it live again. Not just as a memorial, but as a beacon. Show people that family is something you build, not something you're bound by." I showed her my designs. "Already working on it." Her eyes lit up. "Perfect. Isabella would love this." She touched the plans with trembling fingers. "And the top floor?" "Living spaces," Laura said suddenly. "For people who need temporary shelter while they figure things out. Like a modern rainbow path." Maria beamed. "You see? You two together, this is what we fought for. The freedom to be who you are and still be family." "I'll handle the funding," Laura declared, "between the family investments and some strategic partnerships. And I'll oversee the renovation," I added. "We can preserve the historical elements while making it functional for today's needs." "Good girls," Maria whispered, her eyes growing heavy. "Isabella was right about you both." Mom stepped forward. "You should rest, Maria. We can continue tomorrow." As we helped her to her room, Maria grabbed my hand. "Remember what Isabella always said about truth? That it would set us free?" "No," she smiled. "That it was like architecture. You need both strong foundations and room to grow? Later that night, Laura found me in the hall, staring at the mural. I've been thinking, she said. The gallery project. It needs a director, someone who understands both the history and the vision. You offering? Actually, I was thinking of Rosie. She's perfect for it, and… She hesitated. I'm making some changes of my own. Oh? Wilfred and I are moving to Florence. The family business could use a European branch, and… She touched the mural. I want to be part of this. Really part of it. I hugged her tight, remembering all the years of judgment and distance between us. Welcome home, sis. Also. She pulled back, grinning. You might want to check your email. I had my lawyer draw up new papers this morning. I checked my phone. There it was. Laura's updated will with a simple addition. To my sister Peyton, who taught me that family is built on love, not convention. Laura, don't cry, she warned, even as she wiped her own eyes. We have work to do. A legacy to build. Looking at the mural, at Grandma and Maria's love story, at the lives they saved, at our family's true history, I felt something settle into place. The revenge I'd sought had transformed into something better. Redemption, restoration, rebirth. You know what this means? I said to Laura. We're going to need a bigger mural. She laughed. Good thing I know an architect who specializes in telling the truth through art. Above us, Grandma Isabel and Maria smiled from the mural, their love finally free to light the way forward.
The manila envelope felt heavy in my hands, like it contained more than just paper. My fingers trembled as I traced the embossed law firm logo, already knowing what waited inside. The return address confirmed my worst fears. Bryant and Associates. Of course, Xander would use his own firm to serve me. I'm Vienna, and until 6 months ago, I was married to a man I thought was my biggest supporter. Now he's become my worst nightmare. Taking a moment to connect with you. Where in the world has this story reached you? Comment below and don't forget to subscribe for daily tales of justice. Back to what happened next. You need to open it, V, my brother Sean said from across my kitchen counter. The same kitchen where I'd spent countless nights perfecting recipes, where Xander had first kissed me, where I'd shared my dreams of opening a culinary institute focused on traditional Sicilian cuisine. I know what it says. I slammed the envelope down next to the cutting board where I'd been prepping ingredients for tonight's private dining event. He's suing me for stealing his business concept. My business concept. Open it anyway. We need to know exactly what we're dealing with. The sharp scent of fresh basil filled the air as I roughly chopped the herbs, probably with more force than necessary. You know what kills me? He watched me develop this idea for years. All those nights I spent researching my grandmother's recipes, the trips to Sicily to learn from local chefs, the endless test runs of every dish. He was there for all of it. Vienna, stop destroying that basil and open the damn envelope. I wiped my hands on my apron and tore open the seal. The legal jargon swam before my eyes, but certain phrases jumped out like neon signs. Intellectual property infringement, damages in excess of 500,000 Tausenders, immediate cessation of operations. He's trying to shut down the institute before it even opens, my voice cracked. Everything I've worked for. The kitchen door swung open and Riker burst in, his chef's whites already stained from prep work. Boss, the Hendersons just called. They're bringing an extra 4 guests tonight. He stopped short when he saw my face. What's wrong? I handed him the papers. His eyes widened as he scanned them. This is insane, he said. Everyone knows this was your idea. Sarah even wrote about your concept in that culinary magazine piece last year. The magazine. I'd forgotten about that. My mentor Sarah had featured me in her column, documenting my journey to preserve traditional Sicilian cooking techniques. My phone buzzed. Mom calling. Not now, I muttered, declining the call. Actually, Sean said, you should talk to Mom. She might have some insights about handling Xander. She never did trust him, remember? Yeah, and I should have listened. I grabbed a wine glass from the rack, then thought better of it. I needed a clear head. But first we have a dinner service to get through. Riker, tell Marco to double the risotto prep. I'll adjust the rest of the portions. You sure you're up for cooking tonight? Sean asked. I tied my apron strings tighter. Cooking is the only thing keeping me sane right now. Besides, I have 8 people paying good money to eat my food. I'm not letting Xander ruin that too. Riker hesitated by the door. We're all behind you, you know that, right? The whole kitchen crew. Thanks. I managed a small smile. Now go prep those extra portions before I start crying into the marinara sauce. After they left, I stood alone in my kitchen, surrounded by the familiar comfort of herbs and spices. The lawsuit papers mocked me from the counter. 6 months ago, I'd signed divorce papers in Xander's office, thinking that was the end of it. I should have known better. He'd always been calculating, always 3 steps ahead. My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom this time. Call me. I know about the lawsuit. There's something you need to know about Xander. Before I could respond, the kitchen door swung open again. Chef, called Marco, my sous chef. The first guests are arriving early. Should we adjust the timing? I straightened my spine and tucked the papers into my office drawer. No adjustments needed. We stick to the plan. I grabbed my chef's knife, its weight familiar and reassuring in my hand. Time to show everyone what real Sicilian cooking tastes like. But as I called out prep orders and orchestrated the kitchen's controlled chaos, my mind kept circling back to one thought. Xander wasn't just trying to steal my business. He was trying to erase my heritage, my grandmother's legacy, everything that made me who I am. Well, he'd picked the wrong chef to mess with. In Sicily, they say revenge is a dish best served cold. But I've always preferred my revenge like my marinara, slow-simmered and prepared with absolute precision. I picked up my phone and texted Mom back. Coming over after service, tell me everything. The kitchen timer dinged, and I pushed thoughts of lawsuits and betrayal aside. I had a dinner service to run. But tomorrow I'd start cooking up something special just for Xander. Mum's kitchen smelled like Sunday gravy, the rich aroma of tomatoes and herbs filling every corner. She stirred the pot while I sat at her worn oak table, clutching a cup of espresso that had gone cold. He did the same thing to Sarah, Mum said, her wooden spoon clicking against the pot's edge. 15 years ago, before he even passed the bar. Sarah? My Sarah? I set the cup down so hard coffee sloshed onto the table. My mentor, Sarah? Why do you think she was so eager to feature you in that magazine? Mum wiped her hands on her apron and sat across from me. She wanted documentation, proof. She knew exactly what Xander was capable of. The pieces started falling into place. That's why she always seemed uncomfortable around him at industry events. Call her, Mum insisted, sliding her phone across the table. She's been waiting for this day. My hands shook as I dialed Sarah's number. She answered on the first ring like she'd been expecting my call. Vienna, darling. I heard about the lawsuit. How did you... News travels fast in the culinary world. Listen carefully. I have everything you need. Photos, notes, dated correspondence about your concept going back 5 years. And something else. Proof that Xander tried to steal my restaurant concept back when he was a law student working as my busboy. I nearly dropped the phone. What? He didn't succeed with me because I caught him photographing my business plans. I should have pressed charges, but I was young and scared of legal battles. I just fired him and warned other restaurant owners about him. Why didn't you tell me when I started dating him? Would you have believed me? You were in love. Her voice softened. But now you're ready to hear the truth. Come to my restaurant tomorrow morning. Bring your brother. You'll need a witness. After hanging up, I looked at Mom. Did you know about this the whole time? I found out after your engagement. Sarah swore me to secrecy, said you needed to see his true colours yourself. She returned to her sauce, adding a pinch of oregano. Sometimes the hardest lessons are the ones we have to learn on our own. My phone buzzed. Riker calling. Boss, you need to see this. Xander's at the Institute construction site with some suits. What? I'll be right there. I grabbed my keys, kissed Mom's cheek and rushed out. 15 minutes later, I pulled up to the construction site of what was supposed to be my culinary institute. Riker waited by his car, pointing to where Xander stood with 2 men in expensive suits, gesturing at the building. They're taking measurements, Riker said, like they're already planning to take over the space. I marched toward them, my boots crunching on gravel. Xander turned, his practiced smile never wavering. Vienna, you're looking well. Get off my property. Technically, once the judge grants the injunction, this property's ownership will be in question. He gestured to the men beside him. My associates are just doing their due diligence. Due diligence? I laughed, the sound harsh and bitter. Like when you did your due diligence photographing Sarah's business plans 15 years ago. His smile flickered for just a moment, barely noticeable, but there. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Should we call Sarah and ask her? I'm sure she'd love to testify about your history of stealing business concepts. The suited men exchanged glances. Xander's jaw tightened. These are baseless accusations. We'll let the judge decide that. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Now I'll say it again. Get off my property. After they left, Riker whistled low. That was intense. What's this about Sarah? It's our silver bullet. I showed him the construction plans spread across my phone. Call everyone. Emergency meeting at my place in an hour. We're not just fighting this lawsuit, we're going to bury him with it. Back home, I spread everything across my kitchen counter. Sarah's magazine article, construction plans, my grandmother's original recipes, years of documented research. Sean arrived with takeout, and Riker brought our kitchen crew's statements about the concept's development. Sarah's bringing her evidence tomorrow, I told them. But we need more. Emery, can you dig into any other complaints against Xander's firm? There might be a pattern. Emery, our legal assistant friend, nodded. Already on it. And Vienna? You should represent yourself. What? I'm not a lawyer. No, but you know this business better than anyone. Plus, judges love self-represented parties who actually know their stuff. It makes Xander look worse for trying to bully you. I stared at the scattered papers, each one a piece of the truth I needed to tell. You know what? You're right. If Xander wants to play dirty, I'll show him how we handle things in a real kitchen. No shortcuts, no stolen recipes, just pure, honest work. Sean raised his coffee cup. To watching my sister serve justice. With a side of karma, Riker added. I smiled, feeling stronger than I had in days. Tomorrow I'd meet with Sarah and start building my case. Xander thought he could steal my dream. He was about to learn that some recipes can't be copied, they have to be lived. Sarah's restaurant was quiet at 7 a.m., the morning light streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. She laid out a thick manila folder on a table while her staff prepared for breakfast service. Everything's here, she said, spreading photographs across the table. Look at the dates on these. I picked up a photo showing Xander hunched over Sarah's desk, photographing documents with his phone. The timestamp showed February 15th, 15 years ago. I had installed security cameras after some wine went missing, Sarah explained. Never expected to catch a wannabe lawyer stealing business plans instead. Emery burst through the door, waving her tablet. You're not going to believe what I found. 3 other restaurants filed complaints against Xander's firm in the past year, all claiming he approached them about representation, then suddenly their business concepts showed up in other clients' establishments. Did any of them sue? Sean asked. They couldn't afford to, but they're willing to testify now. Sarah pulled out more documents. Add these to your evidence. Full documentation of my concept, dated and notarized, plus photos of Xander stealing it. And this, she slid over a USB drive, contains security footage. My phone buzzed. A text from Riker. Emergency at the site. Come quick. I have to go, I said, gathering the evidence. Something's wrong at the institute. When I arrived, I found construction workers standing idle while a man in a suit posted notices on the fence. Stop work order, Riker explained, his face grim. Xander's firm pushed it through this morning. He can't do that! I marched up to the suit. On what grounds? He barely glanced at me. Property ownership dispute. All construction must cease until resolved. That's my life savings going to waste every day these workers stand idle, I said, my voice rising. People are counting on jobs here. Take it up with the court. He walked away, leaving the bright orange notices fluttering in the breeze. I called Emery. How fast can we get a hearing? I've been working on that. Judge Martinez had a cancellation tomorrow morning. I can get us in, but Vienna. She paused. Are you sure you're ready? Xander's bringing his whole legal team. I don't have a choice. Every day we wait is another day he wins. Back at my apartment, we worked through the night. Sean ordered pizza while Emery coached me on courtroom protocol. Riker and the kitchen crew came by after service to help organize evidence. Remember, Emery said, Xander will try to rattle you. Stay calm. Stick to facts. Like keeping a level head during a dinner rush, Riker added, sorting photos into chronological order. Except the customers are trying to destroy your life, I muttered. Around midnight, Mum showed up with coffee and her special cannoli. Your grandmother fought harder battles than this, she said, setting the pastries down. She crossed an ocean with nothing but her recipes and her courage. I wish she was here. She is. Mum touched my heart. In every recipe you preserve, every technique you teach. Xander's trying to steal more than a business plan. He's trying to steal your heritage. Don't let him. At 3 a.m., everyone finally left. I stood in my kitchen, surrounded by scattered papers and empty coffee cups. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. It was a photo of Xander at dinner with a woman I recognized, the health inspector who'd been unusually harsh during my last review. Thought you should see this, the message read. I'm his paralegal. There's more where this came from. I forwarded it to Emery, my hands shaking. Can we use this? Oh, yes, she replied immediately. This proves he's tampering with your business through unofficial channels. Save everything. I couldn't sleep, so I did what I always do when stressed. I cooked. By sunrise, my kitchen counters were lined with containers of pasta sauce, each batch tweaked slightly as I worked through my anxiety. Sean found me there stirring another pot. Did you sleep at all? Couldn't, but I perfected Nonna's arrabbiata sauce. He tasted it and raised his eyebrows. This is different. Added extra chilies. Figured if I'm going to face Xander in court, I might as well be as fierce as my sauce. Speaking of which, he checked his watch, we need to get you dressed and to the courthouse in an hour. I looked down at my sauce-splattered chef's coat. Right, lawyer clothes. You've got this, sis. Sean squeezed my shoulder. Just remember, you're not just fighting for yourself, you're fighting for every chef who's ever had their dreams stolen. I nodded, thinking of Sarah, of my grandmother, of all the women who'd fought to make their mark in the culinary world. Xander thought he was facing a simple chef in court today. He was about to learn that in my family, recipes aren't just instructions. They're weapons of war. Time to show him, I said, untying my apron. Exactly what I'm made of. The courtroom felt colder than my walk-in freezer. Xander sat with his legal team, their suits probably worth more than my monthly food costs. I smoothed my borrowed blazer, Mom's from her real estate days, and tried to look confident. Judge Martinez peered over her glasses. Ms. Rice, you're representing yourself? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Bryant, proceed with your motion for injunctive relief. Xander's lead attorney stood. Your Honor, my client developed the concept for this culinary institute. Ms. Rice's attempt to implement it constitutes intellectual property theft. Objection, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I can prove the concept's origins. Proceed, Judge Martinez said, as I opened Sarah's folder. I submit into evidence a published article from Culinary Quarterly, dated 18 months ago, detailing my development of this concept. I handed copies to the clerk. Additionally, I have documented research trips to Sicily, dated correspondence with Italian chefs, and business plans predating my marriage to Mr. Bryant. Xander's attorney smirked. Anyone can write plans. Mr. Bryant has proof he developed the financial and operational framework. Really? I pulled out my phone. Would the court like to see security footage of Mr. Bryant photographing my private business documents without consent? Or perhaps evidence of him interfering with my health inspections? The smirk vanished. Xander whispered urgently to his team. Your Honor, I continued, I call Sarah Newton as my first witness. Sarah walked in, her chef's whites pristine, her presence commanding. She took the oath and sat. Ms. Newton, please tell the court about your history with Mr. Bryant. Objection! Xander's attorney jumped up. Irrelevant to current proceedings. Your Honor, I countered, This establishes a pattern of behavior directly relevant to this case. I'll allow it, Judge Martinez said. Proceed. Sarah leaned forward. 15 years ago, Xander Bryant worked in my restaurant while attending law school. I caught him photographing my confidential business plans. He later attempted to sell my concept to a competitor. The courtroom buzzed. Judge Martinez banged her gavel. I have documented proof, Sarah continued, including security footage and witness statements. Xander's face had turned the color of undercooked pasta. His attorney requested a brief recess, which the judge granted. In the hallway, Sean handed me a water bottle. You're killing it in there. Thanks to Sarah. I watched Xander huddle with his team. But he's got something planned. I can tell by his face, same look he'd get before lying about working late. Emery rushed up, waving her phone. The paralegal sent more. Texts between Xander and the health inspector planning surprise visits to disrupt your business. Perfect timing. I forwarded them to my email as we returned to the courtroom. Xander's attorney called their star witness, my former sous chef, Michael. Ms. Rice discussed her plans extensively with Mr. Bryant, Michael testified. He contributed significantly to the concept's development. Mr. Michael, I approached the stand. When did you leave my employment? 3 months ago. And where do you work now? He shifted uncomfortably. Bryant Hospitality Group. Isn't it true that Mr. Bryant offered you a position with his company the day after you quit? Objection? Speculation? Xander's attorney called. I have text messages, I said, holding up my phone, between Mr. Bryant and the witness, dated before his resignation, discussing his future employment. Judge Martinez's eyes narrowed. I'd like to see those messages. The next hour was a blur of evidence presentation. I showed the health inspector photos, the documented timeline of my concept development, and statements from other restaurant owners who'd encountered similar situations with Xander's firm. Finally, Judge Martinez spoke. I've seen enough to deny the motion for injunctive relief. Ms. Rice may continue construction of her institute. She fixed Xander with a stern look. Furthermore, I'm referring this matter to the State Bar Association for ethics review. The gallery erupted in whispers. Xander stormed out, his legal team scrambling after him. Sarah hugged me tight. Your grandmother would be so proud. It's not over, I said, watching Xander's retreating back. He'll appeal. Let him. Emery grinned. I've got more evidence coming. That paralegal's ready to turn over everything. Outside the courthouse, reporters waited with cameras. Sean tried to shield me, but I stepped forward. Ms. Rice, what's your response to today's ruling? I thought of my grandmother, of all the recipes she'd carried across an ocean, of all the women who'd fought to make their culinary dreams reality. The institute will open as planned, I said clearly, because some things can't be stolen. Passion, heritage, truth. Those have to be earned in the kitchen, one dish at a time. As we walked away, my phone buzzed with a text from Riker. Construction crews ready to restart tomorrow. We're back in business, boss. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in months. Xander had tried to steal my dream, but he'd forgotten the first rule of any kitchen. Never underestimate a chef who knows exactly what she's fighting for. The construction site hummed with activity as workers resumed their tasks. I stood watching the framework of my dream take shape when Riker rushed over, his face tense. We've got trouble. Someone leaked your grandmother's recipes online. My stomach dropped. What? He showed me his tablet. There they were, Nonna's sacred recipes, posted on a popular food blog, the ones I'd kept locked in my office safe, the ones only Xander had access to during our marriage. There's more, Riker said. The blogger claims these are traditional recipes anyone can use, and that you're trying to monopolize common knowledge. My phone rang. Sarah calling. Turn on Channel 7 now. Riker pulled up the news livestream on his tablet. There was Xander standing outside his law office, looking appropriately concerned for the cameras. My ex-wife's claims of recipe ownership are questionable at best, he was saying. These are traditional Sicilian recipes that belong to the culture, not any individual. Her attempt to profit from them is ethically dubious. That snake, Riker muttered. Get everyone to my place, I said. Now, An hour later, my kitchen was packed. Sean, Sarah, Emery, and my core team crowded around the counter while Mom stress-baked cannoli in the background. "He's trying to undermine your credibility," Emery said. "Make it look like you're exploiting cultural heritage for profit." "But that's not what the Institute is about." I slammed my hand on the counter. "It's about preserving techniques, teaching authentic methods." "We know that," Sarah interrupted, "but public perception is everything. You need to get ahead of this narrative." My phone buzzed, a text from the paralegal. "Meeting happening now, Z planning big move, watch your back." As if on cue, Riker's phone lit up. "Boss, you need to see this. They're outside the construction site." We rushed to the site. A group of protesters stood at the fence holding signs. "Culture isn't property and stop the recipe theft." "This is orchestrated," Sean said. "Look at their signs. All professional printing, same design." A news van pulled up. Xander stepped out, straightening his tie. "Oh, hell no." I marched toward him, Sarah and Sean flanking me. "Vienna," he said smoothly as cameras turned our way. "Come to address the concerns about cultural appropriation." "The only one appropriating anything is you," I shot back. "Tell them about the recipes you stole from my safe. Tell them about the other restaurants you've threatened." "I'm simply protecting cultural heritage from exploitation." "Exploitation?" Mom's voice cut through the crowd as she pushed forward. "My mother carried these recipes across an ocean. She taught them to her children in a tiny apartment kitchen while working 3 jobs. They're not just recipes, they're our family's story." The protesters fell quiet. Mom's voice shook with emotion as she continued. "Every dish has a memory. The arancini she made when we were sick. The sauce that simmered all Sunday while she told us stories about Sicily. My daughter isn't stealing culture. She's preserving it, teaching it, honoring it." Cameras swung toward Mom. Xander's practiced smile faltered. "And you," Mom pointed at him. "You sat at my table, ate my mother's recipes, pretended to care about our heritage. Then you stole not just recipes, but memories. Family history." A protester lowered her sign. Others followed. Sarah stepped forward. "I can verify everything she's saying. I've documented Vienna's journey to preserve these techniques for years. This institute isn't about ownership. It's about education, preservation, and respect for culinary heritage. The real story here," I said to the cameras, "is how a lawyer manipulated cultural sensitivity to attack a legitimate culinary school. Ask yourself why he waited until after losing in court to suddenly care about cultural appropriation." The news reporter turned back to Xander. "Mr. Bryant, how do you respond to allegations that you stole these recipes from your ex-wife's private safe?" Xander's face reddened. "No comment." He retreated to his car as protesters began dispersing. Later that evening, my phone exploded with notifications. The video of Mum's speech had gone viral. Comments poured in from Italian-American families sharing their own recipe stories, their own memories of grandmothers teaching traditional techniques. "Look at this," Emery said, showing me her laptop. 3 more paralegals from Xander's firm want to come forward. They're saying he's done this to other businesses too." "We've got him on the ropes," Sean said. "Maybe," I replied, watching the construction crews work under the setting sun. "But he's desperate now. That makes him dangerous." Mom appeared with a plate of fresh cannoli. "Then we'll be ready. You know what Nonna always said, a watched pot never boils, but it also never boils over." I took a cannoli, the sweet ricotta filling bringing back memories of countless family gatherings. "You're right. Let him make his moves. We've got something he'll never have." "What's that?" Riker asked. I smiled, thinking of all the people gathered in my kitchen fighting alongside me. Authentic ingredients. The courtroom fell silent as Xander's surprise witness took the stand. Maria, my grandmother's former kitchen assistant from 20 years ago, smoothed her skirt and avoided my eyes. "Ms. Maria," Xander's attorney began, "please tell the court about your role in developing these recipes." "I worked with Vienna's grandmother for 10 years, Maria said. "Many of these recipes were collaborative efforts. I helped create them." The betrayal hit like a splash of hot oil. I'd known Maria since childhood, had watched her and Nonna work side by side in the kitchen. And did Mrs. Rice ever compensate you for your contributions? Xander's attorney asked. Objection. I stood. This witness's claims are impossible to verify after 20 years. Overruled, Judge Martinez said, but keep it relevant to the current case. Maria continued. These recipes weren't just one person's work. They belonged to the whole kitchen. I grabbed the folder Mom had brought me that morning. Your Honor, I'd like to present new evidence. Approaching the bench, I pulled out a yellow document. This is my grandmother's original employment contract with Maria, dated 23 years ago. Section 4 specifically states that all recipes developed in the kitchen remain the property of the restaurant. Maria's face paled. Xander's attorney scrambled to examine the contract. Furthermore, I continued, I have my grandmother's original recipe journal, with dated entries going back 30 years. Every recipe includes notes about its origin, which village in Sicily, which family member taught it to her, even which mistakes led to improvements. I opened the worn leather journal, and here, when Maria did contribute ideas, Nonna credited her. See these margin notes? Maria's suggestion, more garlic in the pesto. She acknowledged collaboration while maintaining clear ownership. Your Honor, Xander's attorney interrupted. This doesn't change the fact that these are traditional recipes. Actually, Sarah stood from the gallery, I can speak to that. As a certified culinary historian, I can confirm that Vienna's grandmother's recipes contain unique modifications. They're not copies of traditional dishes. They're innovations based on tradition. Judge Martinez examined the journal. Ms. Rice, these notes are remarkably detailed. My grandmother believed in documentation, Your Honor. She knew someday someone might try to steal her life's work. I looked directly at Xander. She just never imagined it would be family. Maria burst into tears. I'm sorry, Vienna. He promised to fund my own restaurant if I testified. The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Judge Martinez banged her gavel. Your Honor, I said, I'd like to call one more witness. Xander's former paralegal. Xander jumped up. Objection. Attorney-client privilege. Doesn't apply, the paralegal said, walking in. When the attorney is committing fraud. She carried a thick folder. I have documented evidence of Mr. Bryant's systematic theft of business concepts, including emails discussing how to target vulnerable restaurant owners. This is hearsay, Xander's attorney protested. No. Emery stood, holding up her tablet. It's authenticated evidence. I've verified every document's metadata. The paralegal turned to Xander. I watched you destroy too many small businesses. Not anymore. Judge Martinez called a recess to review the new evidence. In the hallway, Maria approached me. Vienna, I'm so sorry. When Xander showed up at my door, talked about opening my own place. She wiped her eyes. I forgot who really taught me everything I know. Nonna would have helped you, I said quietly. All you had to do was ask. I know that now. She pulled out a folded paper. Here's the truth. Everything Xander promised, everything he planned. Use it. Back in the courtroom, Judge Martinez looked grimmer than ever. Mr. Bryant, she said, these allegations are extremely serious. I'm ordering an immediate investigation into your firm's practices. As for the matter at hand, she turned to me. Ms. Rice, your evidence clearly establishes your right to these recipes and business concepts. The court rules in your favor. Relief flooded through me, but the judge wasn't finished. Furthermore, Mr. Bryant is hereby ordered to cease all interference with Ms. Rice's business operations. Any violation will result in immediate sanctions. Outside, reporters swarmed us. Ms. Rice, what does this mean for the Institute? I thought of Nonna's journal, of all the margin notes and careful documentation of our family's culinary evolution. It means we're opening on schedule, I said, and our first class will be free for aspiring chefs who've had their dreams stolen, because sometimes the best revenge is sharing knowledge, not hoarding it. Sarah squeezed my shoulder. Your grandmother would have loved that. Speaking of sharing, Mom said, pulling out her phone, you might want to see this. The local news was running the story, but with an unexpected twist. Dozens of other restaurant owners had come forward, sharing similar stories about Xander's firm. Looks like you started a movement, Sean said. I watched Xander push through reporters, his career crumbling around him. He'd tried to steal my heritage, my future, my voice. Instead, he'd given me something unexpected. A platform to speak for everyone he'd ever tried to silence. Come on, I said to my team. We've got an institute to build. The institute's kitchen gleamed under bright lights, every surface spotless, every tool in its place. In 2 hours, we'd open our doors for the first time. I adjusted the framed photo of Nonna on the wall, right next to the entrance where every student would see it. Final inspection's done, Riker announced, bursting through the doors. We passed with flying colours. The health inspector actually smiled this time. Amazing what happens when they're not being bribed, Sean said, arranging welcome packets at each station. My phone buzzed, a news alert. I clicked it and nearly dropped the phone. What? Sarah asked, looking up from the prep list she was reviewing. Xander's been disbarred. The investigation found evidence of systematic fraud going back years. I showed them the article. They're calling it the biggest legal ethics scandal in the state's history. Good, Mom said, setting down a tray of fresh focaccia. Now maybe you can focus on what matters. The doors opened and Emery rushed in. You need to see this, now. She led us outside where a line of people stretched around the block. Not just our registered students, but dozens more, some holding signs. Thank you for fighting back, and culinary justice. They're here to support the opening, Emery explained. Word spread through the restaurant community. These are all people Xander tried to shut down over the years. A woman stepped forward from the crowd. I'm Amanda. He killed my food truck business last year. When I heard what you did, how you fought back, she gestured to the crowd. We all wanted to be here. We brought food, someone called out. Others held up dishes, the aromas mingling in the morning air. It's like a potluck of revenge, Riker whispered. I grabbed a clipboard. How many of you want to learn to cook? Hands shot up throughout the crowd. Right. I turned to my team. New plan. Riker, set up the demonstration kitchen for overflow classes. Sean, copy more welcome packets. Mom? Already calling for more ingredients, she said, phone to her ear. Sarah touched my arm. Vienna, your grandmother's kitchen could barely fit 10 people. Look what you've built. The morning flew by in a blur of activity. We squeezed extra students into every corner, set up video feeds to overflow rooms, and somehow managed to teach 3 simultaneous classes. I moved between kitchens, watching people learn to knead dough with the same techniques Nonna taught me. During the lunch break, Amanda found me in the main kitchen. I saved these, she said, pulling out crumpled papers. The cease and desist letters from Xander's firm. I was going to burn them, but, she smiled, I think they belong on your wall. Show everyone what you overcame. More people brought their stories and their papers. By afternoon, we had a wall of evidence. Threatening letters, fraudulent claims, killed dreams. But beside each one, we posted a photo of the person cooking in our kitchen, learning to rebuild. It's like a memorial, Sarah said, but for revival, not loss. A commotion at the entrance drew our attention. Maria stood there, clutching a worn recipe box. I found these in my attic, she said quietly. Notes your grandmother gave me, techniques she taught me. They belong here with her legacy. I hugged her tight. Stay. Teach with us. This is what Nonna would have wanted. The day ended with an impromptu feast. Every surface held dishes created by our first students. Some perfect, some hilariously flawed, all made with passion. To new beginnings, Sarah raised her glass. And to Vienna, who reminded us all that the best revenge is living well and cooking better. To Nonna, Mom added, who taught us that recipes are love made visible. My phone buzzed one last time. Another news alert. Disgraced attorneys' victims unite. Culinary Institute becomes symbol of resistance. They got it wrong, I said to the gathered crowd. This isn't about resistance, it's about persistence. Every recipe that survives, every technique that gets passed on, every student who learns to create, that's not resistance. That's existence. That's heritage. That's life. Amanda raised her plate of slightly burnt but lovingly made garlic bread. To life, then, and to the chef who gave us back our voices. Speaking of voices, Riker called out, wait until they hear about our next project. What next project? I asked. He grinned. The waiting list for classes. It's long enough to fill 3 more institutes. I looked around at my expanded family, the students, the survivors, the creators. At Mom showing someone how to properly roll cannoli shells. At Sarah demonstrating the perfect sauce technique. At Maria sharing Nonna's notes with reverent hands. Well, I said, I guess we better start planning. Because that's what you do in a kitchen. You take what you have, you share what you know, and you keep creating. Not for revenge, not anymore. But for every person who ever had a dream worth fighting for. And somewhere, I knew, Nonna was smiling. Steam rose from dozens of pots as I walked through the main teaching kitchen, checking each student's progress. The familiar scent of garlic and herbs filled the air, mingling with the sound of chopping and sizzling. Chef, Amanda called from her station, is this what you mean by sauce shouldn't break? I peered into her pot. Almost. Lower the heat slightly. Remember what we said about patience? The sauce is like revenge, she grinned. Best served at the proper temperature. The kitchen doors swung open and Riker burst in. They're here. Food and Wine magazine crew just arrived. I wiped my hands on my apron. Everyone keep cooking. This is about you, not me. The reporter Lisa met me in the entrance hall. She paused at our wall of testimonials, now covered with success stories instead of legal threats. Impressive transformation, she said, nodding at a photo of Amanda's new restaurant opening. But what inspired you to shift from revenge to rehabilitation? Watch, I said, leading her into the kitchen. Maria stood at the front demo station, teaching Nonna's signature arancini technique to a packed class. The secret, she was saying, isn't in the ingredients. It's in the stories we tell while we cook. Maria was once my opponent in court, I explained to Lisa. Now she's our most popular instructor. And these students all have similar stories. That woman there lost her catering business to predatory practices. Now she runs our advanced pastry program. The guy by the ovens, his food truck was shut down illegally. He just opened his second location. Sarah appeared with a stack of papers. Vienna, the new curriculum proposals are ready. We've got waiting lists for 3 new programs. Including, I prompted. She smiled. Legal basics for small business owners. Taught by reformed corporate lawyers who want to protect creative entrepreneurs instead of destroying them. Lisa scribbled notes. So, this isn't just a cooking school anymore. It never was, Mom said, emerging from her office with fresh cannoli. Try one. These were made by students who thought they'd lost everything. Taste their comeback. The kitchen doors burst open again. Sean rushed in, waving his tablet. You're trending again, sis. What now? Xander gave an interview, trying to defend himself. Social media exploded with institute success stories. People are sharing how you helped them rebuild. Lisa bit into a cannoli, her eyes widening. This is incredible. That's Nonna's recipe, I said. But the student added cardamom. See? Heritage evolves. It grows. That's what Xander never understood. And what about him? Lisa asked. Any contact since the disbarment? No need. I gestured around the bustling kitchen. This is better than any revenge. Every successful student, every new business, every adapted recipe, they're all proof that authenticity wins. Emery appeared with more news. The State Bar Association wants you to speak at their ethics conference, and 3 more cities have requested institute branches. Expansion plans? Lisa raised an eyebrow. Maybe. I watched Amanda plate her perfectly emulsified sauce. But not just physical growth, we're building something bigger. A movement, Sarah added. A family, Mum corrected. The kitchen timer dinged. Students began plating their dishes for evaluation. I watched them work, seeing echoes of Nonna's techniques merged with their own creative touches. Final question, Lisa said. What would you tell someone facing what you faced? Before I could answer, Amanda spoke up from her station. Chef taught us it's not about fighting back, it's about cooking forward. Others joined in. It's about preserving heritage while creating future. Building community through food. Finding your voice in the kitchen. I smiled at their enthusiasm. They answered better than I could. Lisa closed her notebook. One last thing. Would you make me something? I want to taste the dish that started it all. I tied my apron tighter. Better idea. I'll teach you how to make it yourself. As I guided her through Nonna's signature pasta, I realized something. The revenge I'd craved had transformed into something far more satisfying, not just teaching recipes, but sharing strength. Every person in this kitchen had faced their own Xander, their own betrayal. But here they were, creating, evolving, thriving. The wall that once held evidence of destruction now showcased creation. Where legal threats once hung, student achievements gleamed. We'd built something no lawsuit could touch, no betrayal could break. The sauce is ready, Lisa announced proudly. Perfect timing, I said, because that's the real secret, knowing when to let go of anger and embrace possibility instead. The kitchen hummed with energy, dozens of stories simmering together into something new. This wasn't the revenge I'd planned. It was better. It was legacy. I touched Nonna's photo on the wall. She'd taught me that recipes were love made visible, but now I understood. They were also courage made tangible, heritage made endless, and redemption made delicious. The timer dinged again. Another class ready to plate, another group ready to rise, time to taste what they'd created. After all, the best dishes aren't served cold. They're served with hope, seasoned with triumph, and shared with family, both old and new.